What's up, spoiler? Happy Saturday. Let's get the timer started. YouTube's live. All right, cool. We'll kick this off in just a second. Oh, dang, dude, that's pretty sweet. Was that part of a pen test or doing a bug bounty? Oh, even better. doing it because I get paid to do it. That's the important part. Okay, be right back. I gotta go get my Jocko drink and I gotta get my iPad.
Incoming transmission from E_Whaler.
Alright, y'all, I'm back. Let's get started. Aliases imply you have unknowns as well. Ha! Right? My camera. There it is. What's up, everyone? Happy Saturday. Dang it, I forgot to do something. Hang on one sec. Let me go into obsec mode. I gotta fix something real fast. Okay. There we go. Awesome. What's up, everybody? So, I don't know if you've noticed this. I might just about to be ruin your experience on YouTube if you ever go on there. But have you noticed that a lot of the things they have changed from red to pink? So go look at the logo. The logo is slightly more pink. And the bar, the progress bar across the bottom, it's red and it fades towards pink where the marker is at. I don't like this. I don't like the gradient. Hey, J-Bricks, what's up, dude? I do like big data, and I cannot lie. Good old Splunk shirt. So one of the places I used to work at was a big Splunk shop, and so I'd always get a bunch of t-shirts from the account manager. Awesome. Man, I hope everybody had a good week. I had a pretty good week. It was weird because I had Tuesday off for election day, which was unheard of because I've never worked somewhere I had election day off. And it actually threw me for a loop because I was in the middle of finishing a project. So yeah, it's a red to pink gradient. I don't like it. I was like, no, that's... It just looks like the color, I don't know how to describe it. Like if you, and plus it's not even, it's like an it's like a weird shade of pink too. It's like a hyper pink color. It's like a very neon pink. I don't know. But cool thing is I finished that project I was working on. We were doing some AI work with Mythic. So that was pretty cool. I don't know how much I can talk about it, but just know that's kind of what the gist of it was. And so what I was doing was preparing a lot of data inside of Mythic. And that was a lot of fun, though. So it was down to the wire because it was a ton of data, but it was fun. That was my first official project at the new place. I start my first pen test Tuesday. So I didn't realize we got Veterans Day off also. All these actual days off are throwing me for a complete loop. Believe it or not, when I went to this new company, I actually had anxiety in the beginning because I wasn't billable. I wasn't on billable work. And this was obviously planned, but that was for 5 weeks. And I'm like, oh god, I haven't been billable for 5 weeks. They're gonna think I'm a waste of space. They're just gonna fire me and I'm never gonna get another red team job. That was how, I don't say how bad things were, but that was just the mentality from my last job. It's like, oh, you haven't been billable in a week. What's wrong? You know, it's like, well, I was billable for 4 years solid. Can I have a week? Lots of fun stuff there. But I thought tonight we'll kick off with some of the news stuff. I don't know what to do after the news. I'm debating. Maybe I want to go tinker around on Hack the Box. Maybe we'll go work a little bit more in the home lab with Myth. Actually, take it back. Forget Hack the Box. Our boy Laffin sent us something he's been working on, a new Ansible role for Ludus. So we might go check out his Ansible role tonight. He sent me the link to it. It's up on GitHub, and we'll go test that out. In fact, let me see if I can do something real quick. I have no idea how to say that username. I'm just gonna call you AV. Thanks for coming online, man. Welcome. Alright, hang on one second. Let me get logged into the lab real fast. Oh, come on. I need to get a new keyboard tray because this one, apparently I've just beat the hell out of and it's falling apart. Alright. Let me see if I can connect over to... Oh, the server may not even be online. Oh, should be. Let's see. Mouse. Man, so I've been playing in the evenings to blow off steam. Because I realized if I try to work, and this is a lesson I've had to learn so many times, that if I try to work like right up until the time I go to bed, it just jacks up my sleep. So I've been trying to take like an hour to do something fun, or at least relaxing before bed. So I've been playing 7 Days to Die. It's an old game from 2013, but it's been getting updates. And it's like Minecraft for adults. It's a zombie survival, post-apocalyptic, gather resources, build your base, defend against the horde type game. And I've been playing that, and we had a big rash of storms come through last week, and power kept shitting on me, killing my system. My APC UPS is down, and it just absolutely nuked my save file. I'm so sad. I don't know how many hours I've gotten that save file, but it was... Alright, so everything is offline. Hey, the good news is, I guess the raid changes that we made to the environment made it so that we didn't have that issue where we have to go recover the raid array every time there's power loss. Because I didn't have to recover this one. I just booted it up and it's booted. So that was a good thing. Let's see. Let's go look at something real quick. Let me log into the console here. Let's do... Oh, there's no team-up session. Team-ups. And then let's do... Make us a new session. And we'll rename this window to dev, and then what we'll do is we'll SU to dev. Alright, let's do Ludus, range list. Let's see what we've got in this range already. I've already got some stuff in here. There were some errors, I'm not worried about those. So we've got this ADCS server here. I may blow this one away because the new repository that Laughin sent me, let's go pull that up. Let's see. So this one adds a bunch of new ADCS escalation paths. So he said it adds 5, 7, and 15. 15 was the newest one, which is the EK. Let's see. This role is not idempotent. Setting a Ludus ADCS escalation X value to true, applying the role, then setting to false, then applying the role will not remove the template so that it's now set to false. Okay. All right, hold on. He's using these big words. Idempotent, denoting an element of a set which is unchanged in the value when multiplied or otherwise operated on by itself. Laughin, you gotta calm down with these big words, bro. Alright, let's see. I hadn't had a chance to look at it. He sent it to me earlier today. Okay, that's pretty cool, because... Oh, I like what he did here, though, because he made it so you can turn the various escalations that you want on and off. Nice. I kind of want to. I can't blow away my dev range, but let me go see what other users I've got set up real fast. Maybe we can blow away one of the other ranges. I'm not doing anything on Ghost right now. So Ghost would be another user we can do. Let's see. Ludus, users, list. It's tac all. Oh, just list all. Let's see. ActiveBox Ghost, ADCS. Actually, you know, we could just go throw it over in the ADCS one. So let's do that. Let's see. That's not right. Change this one to ADCS. And then let's sue to ADCS real fast. We will get to the news. I am just wanting to see if I can get this lab spinning up while we're doing this. Oh, hey, Laughin. What's up, man? Or your ears burning? I just contributed escalations 5, 7, and 15 and made small modifications to 13. Okay. Cute. Well, let's see here. Ludus range list. Does this one even have a range deployed? It does. Let me see. Oh, this was just a very basic ADCS one. So let's do Ludus range destroy. or RM, I think is the actual command. All right, so we'll tear down this range, and then what we'll do is we'll just use. What we'll do is we'll just use a couple of. We'll use the example one that Latham's got here. We'll try it out. Particularly the 15 one, because the 15 one's pretty cool. Okay, so this one, so they default to true. You can just disable the ones that you don't want. I see. Gotcha. Hey, Lappin, so if I do not set some of these variables in here, so like if I don't set the domain and CA host name, is it gonna auto do that? Is it gonna assume some defaults in there? We can always go look at the defaults. Ah, yeah, you do have it set up here, so it's going to look for the main FQDN. Okay. Cool, let's make a little lab real fast, and, okay, sweet. I'll tell you what, let's try this real quick. Let's just try your example one, and have it throw the kitchen sink at it. What we'll do is we'll just modify this one here, which should just be range config. Let's do vim range config. And this one we literally just had the basics done here. I will need to load the Ansible role locally, won't I? You are so smart. Ludus Ansible role. I think it's add. You know what, let's do, I forgot we gotta clone it. Let's do git clone. This. Use the Ludus ADCS as the role in the config. The bad sector one in there is the Galaxy one. Okay. That's fine. We'll go add this, and then what we'll do is let me zoom this in. I just realized y'all probably can't read this very well. Hey, Ballast Mesh, thanks for coming online, bro. Welcome in. I hope everybody's having a fantastic weekend. I got to sleep in for once. I didn't wake up till 8 o'clock in the morning. Which sounds so funny when I think about how I used to sleep in when I was younger. But kids were out of the house. And my alarm, I guess I just killed it in my sleep. So I didn't wake up till like 8 o'clock. It was amazing. Okay, so let's add this role real fast. So all we did is, I just realized y'all probably couldn't read this very well, but what I did is I just cloned down this ADCS role here. In fact, I will drop it in the chat if anybody else wants to take a look at it, because Laffin has put some good work into this. There's hot tub girls, and this guy shows up. Yeah, I know, this guy's a jerk. I mean, that guy, totally not this guy, right? All right, here we go. Let's go grab this real quick. And then let's go vim the config. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete all this out. So D capital G, open. Oh, I have to do something. I got to do set paste mode. Thank you again. Who was that? That was Tanis for showing me that. Shift insert. There we go. And then let me go grab something else. CD to home dev, and let me do a. Yeah, we'll just do a cat on the range config. How's the range config? Did I actually do it there? No! Oh, I did it. I did do it in ludicrous ranges. Let's do. Hey, Oni, what's that, dude? Which way did you get your iPad to work as a drawing tablet in the Windows on the Windows machine? Oh, okay. So I was using. I'll tell you real fast. So there's a suite called 3U Tools, and 3u.com is the site, and they've got tools in here, and the one that you're looking for is the Air Player. So we go to 3U Tools for Windows. Oh, I think it just downloaded it. Now, to be perfectly honest, I don't know how legit this software is, and I probably have installed a Chinese backdoor, but it does work. So if it's a backdoor, it's the most well-operated backdoor there is. And so they've got a tool in here. Here, I'll bring it up. So here's 3U Tools. Well, once it boots up. One sec. Here we go. So here's the program right here. You can come over to, I think it's Toolbox.
Caution. A virus has been detected.
Hey, Rob.
Bootstrap virus detected in the network.
I just realized my sound is turned way down. That's gonna... Rob, what's up, my man? Welcome in, Raiders. We're doing a quick introduction on how the hell to mirror your iPad to Windows before we actually do some security stuff. You caught me just at the start of the stream, Rob. How you doing, man? What you been up to? Yeah, so Pale, this is the, so go to 3u.com. When you install this tool, go to Toolbox, and then the Air Player is the one that actually allows you to mirror the screen from the iPad. And then I'm just using a drawing program with the iPad pencil. That's it. Easy peasy. Laughing, thanks for the resub, dude. And Samaria, thanks for coming online. Welcome in, everybody. So, for all the new Raiders just came in, welcome. We're doing a quick setup of a lab in Ludus. And it's a really cool orchestration program, particularly for deploying like cybersecurity labs, especially around like offensive security. So we're gonna go set this lab up and let it cook, and then we're gonna go over some news from the last week here, and kind of see what's going on with it. I inherited an AirPad. God, I can't even talk. I inherited an iPad and never had one. That's why I only use the one I have right now. Okay, gotcha. So actually, I use mine pretty frequently now, but it's really just like a portable media tool. It's not like I'm doing a lot of like heavy power user stuff with it. And Nexus, thanks for coming online. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. All right. Really? All right, hang on. Let me go to GitHub here real quick. Where's the, here we go. By the way, if anybody is familiar with Ludus and like wants to play around with it, this is the repository where I drop all the ranges that we develop on stream. And some of them are still work in progress, like the Hack the Box one. It's operable, but still a work in progress. Baby Bottles Inc. is very much a work in progress because it's going to be a massive lab. 80 internals for PowerShell. This was from James Forshaw's book. And this was my very poor attempt at making a new commando template based off of the one that exists. And so I'm still working on that one. But let's see. I'm going to take the Hack the Box lab here, actually. And no, this is pretty chunky. I don't want to do that one. So Baby Bottles has a good Kali config. Let me go grab it real quick. Let's see. It's the range config. Kali. Here we go. I'm going to grab this real fast. Meow. Now I have to make sure and change the values so they're on the same beat. But let's come over here. So, let's see. Let's go window 2. Do an insert. And then we'll paste this in. Now what we need to do is change this real quick. So this needs to be VLAN 10 because we're going to match these IPs up here. And instead of last octet being 11, I'm going to change that to 10. I'm going to give it 8 gigs of RAM and 4 CPUs. And let's see. Testing. Yeah, that should be good. So this will just make us a very basic ADCS lab based off this new role that Laughin made. So what we'll do now is clear this out. We'll do a... I probably still can't read that. Load this up. There we go. So what we'll do is we're going to load the new range config. So we'll do set tac F, and then I think it's just range config .yaml. Boom, and then we'll do a Ludus range deploy. Actually, before I do that, let's pop back over here. Let's see, yeah, this is our ADCS user, and I don't see anything deployed for that, so that should be good. So, do Ludus range deploy. Don't forget to change the role in the config. You had to tell me that. After I hit the deploy, you're killing me, Smalls. Abort. You did tell me that, laughing. I forgot about that. All right, let me see. So this role needs to be just Ludus ADCS. Here we go. Better now than in an hour. That is true. I'm glad you told me now before this. Yeah, Ludus ADCS. Okay. So we'll save that, and then we'll reload the config. And then now we'll do the deploy. And then we'll just monitor the logs real quick. So we'll do Ludus range logs tac F. All right, cool. So it's going to start spinning those machines up. Now we can get to the news. Because this is probably going to take it a little bit of time. It should be well done by the time we get through the news. Let's come check this out. By the way, for anybody who, if you want to follow along or look at any of the articles in here, what's going on? Here we go. This is the blog that I like to read from, and it is fantastic. Actually, if you're watching it and you're getting this now, I'm happy, but you're also getting it like a week late because they published this on the 4th. I don't usually get to it till Saturday. But it's a fun time to go through and analyze these and see what kind of weird spins people are putting on things. All right. First up, Inside Intelligence Center, Lunar Spider enabling ransomware attacks on financial sector with the Brute Ratel C4 and Latrodectus? Whatever that is. So cybercrime is adapting to the high corporate emphasis of Cobalt Strike detections and preventions. Well, yeah, I mean, that's to be expected. Let's see what they're doing with this real quick. So October 2024, Electic IQ analysts observed a malvertising campaign employing an obfuscated JavaScript downloader known as Latrodectus. That's a fancy name. To deliver a malicious payload of Brute Ratel. So analysts assess with high confidence that this campaign is very likely linked to Lunar Spider. I do love the APT names. They get really creative. A Russian-speaking, financially motivated threat actor group active since at least 2009. Damn, they've been around a minute. Let's see. Lunar Spider is responsible for developing several high-profile malware families, including Iced and Latrodectus. Hey, Art's Fun, thanks for coming online, man. All right, how do we say this? Hey, I had it right. Okay, it is Latrodectus. Cool. All right. And apparently it's a spider, a very nasty one. Actually, hold on. What did they say it was? Latrodectus. Oh, that's a Black Widow spider. Oh, okay. Got it. Let's see. So it's responsible. So Lunar Spider is responsible for developing profiles of malware families, including Iced and Latrodectus. Iced ID malware is often distributed by malware as a service offerings, enabling affiliates and different ransomware groups to leverage these services for initial compromise. Ooh, it's quite the diagram they've got here. Let's see. So Lunar Spider uses Latrodectus and Iced and Brute Ratel. And so Iced will extract an IPv4 address, looks like. And so whatever this is, says extracts to this. All right. That all basically leads back to their C2 infrastructure. Let's see. Red Hotel, a prolific Chinese state sponsor, is related to Brute Ratel. That seems weird. All right, so not exactly a entire link like that. Blow up. Here's what they're doing. Let's see. So May 30th, the FBI and international partners executed Operation Endgame, dismantling the command and control infrastructure of at least 4 malware variants, including Iced, Smoke Loader, Peekabot, and Bumblebee. So Electic and analysts assess with high confidence that Lunar Spider resumed operations following law enforcement actions that disrupted their infrastructure. So in their latest campaigns, the actor leveraged Brute Ratel, demonstrating notable adaptability and determination to continue their activities despite heightened law enforcement pressure. So the analysts assessed with high confidence, always with the high confidence, man. Why don't you just say, hey, this is what we found? So based on the linked Conti ransomware group communications that were published in 22, Lunar Spider has established a significant connection within the cybercrime ecosystem. It's funny that they call that an ecosystem. That's really more of a technosystem. They had a very likely provided initial access to ransomware operators such as Wizard Spider, the Russian-based group behind TrickBot, and malware in the Conti ransomware software as a service. Or just ransomware as a service. So this collection between Lunar Spider and Wizard Spider... Hey, Nani dude, welcome. Welcome in. Thanks for coming online. Let's see. Well, this is a very interesting timeline. I want to see more about what their tradecraft is. Lunar Spider maintains affiliates with the ransomware groups. Let's see. Which have leveraged Lunar Spider's malware called Iced ID to gain initial access. These collaborations further emphasize Lunar Spider's central role as an initial access broker. All right. So Lunar Spider switched from Iced to Brute Ratel. Again, they assess with high confidence. High confidence. So they've shifted tactics, moving away from their previous Iced platform to now leveraging Latrodectus and Brute Ratel. So they're using malvertising to deliver a Brute Ratel payload. That's what they're doing. So they've uncovered that the threat actor group is behind over 200 malicious infrastructures associated with both Iced and Latrodectus. Let's see. So both SSL certificates were nearly identical. Issuers, details like AU, some state, Internet Widgets, PTY. Additionally, Lunar Spider constantly employs the same service providers such as Shock One. The Shock One. I'm curious now. Because I'm always curious where these guys are hosting their stuff. Shock One hosting. Shock hosting? Shock hosting LLC broad risk? Yeah. I'm always curious where these guys are hosting this stuff at, because most hosting providers would be like at least watching stuff and very ready to relate to law enforcement. Let's see. So Latrodectus was observed targeting financial services to deploy Brute Ratel. Let's see. They switched highlights to the group's continuing evaluation and adaptation to their cybercrime operations as they adapt stealthier attacks. So to extract malicious infrastructures, they were linked to Latrodectus. According to open source intelligence, analysts observed more than 200 servers that were likely managed by members of the Lunar Spider threat actor. Damn. Quite a lot. They had to be putting some fairly substantial resources in there. Otherwise, they've just automated a lot of stuff. They probably got Claude, computer interface, whatever that is called. I forget. They probably have that working in. Let's see. So highlights from the top ASNs linked with the previously detected infrastructure. All right. These are really cool, but you guys are boring me because you're not talking about like what their actual like modus operandi is, other than they're using something called Latrodectus, using the domain. Let's see. Okay, so here they finally start talking about something. Scroll back up. So Figure 8 illustrates the attack flow of the malvertising campaign, which leverages an SEO poisoning technique to deliver its payload. SEO poisoning involves manipulating search engines. In this case, victims searching for tax-related content on the Bing browser were redirected to download a malicious obfuscated JavaScript file called document-something.js. So upon execution, the JavaScript file retrieved a Windows MSI installer from a root server. The MSI file executed via run DLL32. disguising the malicious DLL as a legit NVIDIA file. All right. So they do persistence through a registry key through the current version run. So this enabled it to remain active even after system reboots. After installation, BrootRatel made multiple connections to a C2 server controlled by the attackers. Let's see. These C2 servers facilitated communication between the compromised device and the attackers. Yeah. Here we go. Deobfuscating the JavaScript file. So they deobfuscated this and revealed its functionality. It was designed to download the MSI payload from the server, leading to the final stage of the infection. That's pretty much it. Okay, so it was probably actually pretty small. So once the MSI file was downloaded, it dropped BrootRatel DLL into app data roaming. Malware then executed via run DLL 32, establishing communications with the malware-controlled C2 server. Yep. So in this case, they called it Virminsoft_x64. That's funny. Let's see. So analysts leverage the MITRE attack framework within the program. Let's see. So by understanding these techniques, security teams can build effective detections. Yeah. Okay. So after this, they're just plugging their stuff. That was a little disappointing. I like to see more like, hey, this is technically how they're doing it. In this case, it was cool because they're using their JavaScript downloader, or tricking people into downloading that JavaScript file. They execute it. It does a download and runs a DLL. Oh no, it runs an MSI installer. Before the deployment gets too far along, did you add your local role to your range use? Add local role? No, go back. Let's see. There it is. Actually, it looks like it may have failed here. It looks like our router didn't deploy properly. So let's go ahead and let's do a range destroy real quick. So we'll do Ludus range RM, and we'll start over again. I think since I added it as the ADCS user here, laughing. So I think it should be all right. That's the way I've been doing it. I haven't been importing it to, I haven't been importing it to a specific user. X Widget, thanks for coming online, man. Welcome in. Happy Saturday, everyone. Happy Hacker Saturday. Hacker Day? Yeah, I usually will actually just, I'll SU over to the user that I'm working with, and it keeps everything nice and segregated. I don't do that too. So now let's see if we can get the range deploy to work. I think the problem was it had already partially deployed the router last time. And so when it did that, it tried to reach it and it couldn't. It was probably all jacked up because it was mid-deployment whenever I aborted it. Awesome. We'll let this run for just a second. All right, see how that goes. Let's... Sorry, give me 1 sec, guys. Stand by. There we go. There we go. All right, let's see. Let's come back over here. All right, let's see if there's another instrument. That one was less interesting than I had hoped. I like reading these threat intel briefs because we can get ideas of what the attackers are doing, especially if you're wanting to either work on defenses for your own network, if that's your job, or you're doing adversary emulation as opposed to like just a penetration test. You want to know how to get used to reading these threat intel reports and understanding what their tactics are so you can mimic those to test your client's environment. Let's see. Midnight Blizzard conducts large-scale spear phishing campaign using RDP files. I think we talked about that one last time. This was something that was discussed from the guys over at... Was it Black Hills? I think that was Black Hills who came up with that kind of method. Let's see. U.S. joins international action against Redline and Meta info stealers. That's super interesting, though. Let's see. Temp.out, Volume 4, Call for Papers. Site lists the areas they're looking for. I actually never read this. Let's go take a look at it. Let's see. So we're pleased to announce the official temp.o Volume 4 Call for Papers. So if anybody wants to go submit to this, they're looking for things like novel infection and persistence techniques, anti-debugging or reverse engineering methods, older techniques and their modern equivalents or mitigations, ELF internals and or errata, exotic ELF implementations, malware reverse engineering, US stops all projects targeting ransomware, 2025 probably. Yeah, right. Let's see. Ideas and techniques for improving security related to ELF files, exploration of newer Linux features that can improve or hinder security, implementation of techniques from previous volumes, like shelf loading, exploit write-ups and proof of concepts, anything else related to ELF, Nix, or hacker culture that you think would be interesting. Okay, so yeah, I'll drop this link in here. If anybody's working on something fun, drop this over here. How does the hack the planet? Very carefully, Minos. Very carefully. Particularly if it's the planet itself. If you're talking about the planet as like a collection of technology, then just have fun. Within reason. Keep it legal. By the way, for everybody, especially for all the new folks, I want you to remember something. The rules for the chat are 1, everyone in chat is a Fed. 2, don't discuss illegal things. See rule number 1. And 3, everyone in chat is still a Fed. Oh, and 4, don't hack Twitch and YouTube, because that's where I do my shit. So you mean hack the venue? Do not hack the venue. There's a do not in front of that, Oni. From nap time to big sleep, using large language models to catch vulnerabilities in real-world code. So Google is using large language models for bug hunting and found an exploitable SQLite buffer overflow. Oh, that's pretty cool. Reference rule 1 when someone sends you an Ansible role on Discord. Yeah, no kidding, laughing. If you're casting this on YouTube or TikTok, you're supposed to get the APTs to out themselves, not warn them. You know what? If they want to violate the rules and out themselves, they're allowed to, but not really allowed to, I guess. They can. I don't know. So one of the big things you constantly see, it's an underlying issue with a lot of these threat actors whenever they get caught, is they have these really bad OPSEC failures, operational security. They either don't spin up like clean socials, they're doing stuff from, let's say, suspicious IP addresses, you know, stuff that's like has residential connotations to it, and stuff like that. Or they just develop a thing where they can be tracked back to whatever their pattern of life is. So just be aware of that. That's usually how these people online get caught, is by having bad OPSEC. The other way they usually get caught is by outing themselves, like you were just asking about, Pale. Or the last way they usually get caught is some of those unknown 3-letter agencies do a parallel investigation construction. Do with that what you will. Eat your heart out, Windigoon. Let's see. Waiting for a beacon to pop. Thanks, Laughing. I appreciate it. Have fun in my my little Linux server. Let's see. If you're a Midnight Blizzard, you are legally required to tell me. Yeah, right, Ford. Hey, Ford, what's up, dude? Happy Saturday, man. Searching their personal emails and dumps. Yeah, that's another way, too, spoiler. I don't know how I do it, but I got the P1 terminal down here running Doom. Oh, nice. I love that everything is running Doom now. Some guy even got it running on, I think, a Remarkable, like the e-ink tablet. I want to say that's what it was. And he had to go through some pretty interesting tricks to make it run on there. But I love the it runs Doom meme now. It's so great. Pumperin? I don't know what that is, spoiler. You got me there. let's check out this one here from Project Zero, which these guys do some really good work. Let's see, from nap time to big sleep using large language models to catch vulnerabilities in real world. See if I can zoom in more to get rid of this side. Here we go. So in our previous post, Project Nap Time, we introduced our framework for large language model assisted vulnerability research and demonstrated its potential by improving state-of-the-art performance of Meta's CyberSec Eval 2 benchmarks. So since then, nap time has evolved into Big Sleep. Love the names. Collaboration between Google's Project Zero and Google DeepMind. So today we're excited to share the first real-world vulnerability discovered by Big Sleep, an exploitable stack buffer overflow in SQLite. Still a widely used open source database engine. This was discovered and reported to the developers in early October, who fixed it on the same day. Fortunately, we found the issue before it appeared in an official release, so SQLite users were not impacted. Interesting. So I guess they found that in the just the nightly commits to SQLite. I think someone got Doom running on something that was as small as a grain of rice. What? That's insane. Oh, he ran one of the exploit dump markets. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Laughing. He was the guy who he was like the leader of raid forums. Putin. Yeah, bad OPSEC is what gets those guys probably 80% of the time. Let's see. So let's look at how this works. So we believe this is the first public example of an AI agent finding a previously unknown exploitable memory safety issue in widely used real-world software. So earlier this year, DARPA's AI XCC event, Team Atlanta discovered a null pointer dereference in SQLite, which inspired us to use our testing to see if we could find more serious vulnerability. Who wrote this article? Let's see. Just posted by the Big Sleep team. Okay. I wonder if this was any individual contributor. So we think that the work has tremendous defensive potential. Finding vulnerabilities in software before it's even released means that there's no scope for attackers to compete. Let's see. Fuzzing has helped significantly, but we need an approach that can help defenders to find bugs that are difficult or impossible to find by fuzzing. And they're hoping AI can narrow the gap on this. Let's see. So what's their methodology for this? Bro got that mini creature of steel running Doom. Dude, I love that. I was so excited when I worked at what was really like officially my first IT job when I was working at the community college in their Cisco lab. And we found an old, was it an IBM? It was from Radio Shack. It was a TRS-80. Like, I'm pretty sure it was a 16-bit operating system. And that thing was ancient. It booted up and ran just fine. I was so shocked. And so I played with that thing quite a bit. And I was like, man, I'm so glad our technology has advanced beyond this. Oh, it was ancient. It was like from my childhood. And I sent my dad a picture of it because my dad used to work at Radio Shack back in the day. And I was like, hey, Dad, look what I found. He's like, oh, my God, he found an old trash 80. I was like, apparently that's what they used to call them instead of the TRS, the trash 80. Too good. All right, let's take a look at the methodology here. So a key motivating factor for nap time and now Big Sleep has been the continued in the wild discovery of exploits of variants of previously found and patched vulnerabilities. Let's see. Most feel this variant analyst task is far better fitted for our LLMs and general open-ended vulnerability research problem. So the project's still in the research stage. We're currently using small programs with known vulnerabilities to evaluate progress. Recently, we decided to put our models and tooling to the test by running our first extensive real-world variant analysis experiment on SQLite. So we collected a number of recent commits in the SQLite repository, manually removing trivial and documentation-only changes. We then adjusted the prompt to provide the agent with both the commit message and a diff of the change, and asked the agent to review the current repository at the head for related issues that might have been fixed. All right. So the vulnerability is interesting, and there's a special sentinel value -1 used on an otherwise index typed. Let's see. So this is column constrained -1 for row ID. Okay. So this pattern creates a potential edge case that needs to be handled by all code that uses the field, since the exception would be that the valid column index is non-negative. So the function series best index failed to correctly handle this edge case, resulting in a write into a stack buffer with a negative index when handling a query that was constrained by that ID value. Cool. I wonder if low-level learning has seen this, because this sounds like it'd be right up his alley with, especially with all the exploit stuff he's familiar with in reverse engineering. So in a release build, however, this assertion is not present. In our testing, this was depending on the compiler. The subsequent write at line 718 will write below this. Now they're getting too deep for me. Damn it, I was really interested in this one, but exploit development is unfortunately not one of my strong skill sets. I'm more used to, hey, you built a shiny thing? Cool, let me go use shiny thing to break into shiny place. Let's see. So in this successful run based on Gemini 1.5 Pro, the seed commit, which is fairly large and non-obvious change, the bug found by our agent is only loosely related to the changes in the seed commit. Skitty for life. The difference is I am actively working on being able to write the scripts better. Modifying them, building them out of the box, that's a completely different story. But I've got a lot of experience modifying them to do different things that I want. So, particularly around like modifying proof of concept code. And a lot of times, sometimes I even had to turn those into scanners. Like, okay, how can I validate that this is accurate without actually going and compromising the box, so I don't get like 1,000 callbacks to my C2 server. So their AI performs a kind of reasonable explanation. Got the assistant. This is very cool. I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to read the rest of this because this is pretty awesome. But they're getting into really deep technical details. So if anybody is on the RE path, I'm going to drop that in the chat and give this a check out, because I think you'll find it very interesting. In fact, I need to make sure and send that to some of my guys at work, because I think they'll be very interested in it. I got a couple guys doing they're doing a lot of work into like, how can we more or less weaponize AI? Or at least use it as a force multiplier, right? Let's see what I want to see what they talk about for fuzzing here. So given the apparent simplicity of the reproduction case, an obvious question arises. Why was this bug discovered earlier by traditional fuzzing? The simple answer lies in the configuration of the fuzzing harnesses. The harnesses used by OSS fuzz isn't built with the generate series extension enabled, and the alternative fuzzing shell.c harness contained an older version of the series best index function, unaffected by the bug. Ah, interesting. So to understand whether the bug is truly shallow, we attempted to rediscover it through fuzzing. So we followed the fuzzing instructions from the SQLite documentation and used the CLI target. We also verified that the fuzzing corpus contained the required generate series and row ID keywords before launching. And they were using AFL to do this. However, this issue remained undiscovered after 150 CPU hours of fuzzing. Dang. A lot of hours. What is that? 48, 96. Yeah, that's like 3 weeks of fuzzing time. No, 3 weeks. God, I'm an idiot. That's about a week of fuzzing time. Roughly 6 days. All right. Okay, cool. Let's see. Ooh, this is interesting. KDE Group has released their own version of Arch Linux. Not to be confused with Neon, which is Ubuntu-based. Take a quick peek at this. And just as Linux should be, all the documentation is just boring AF. So, create a bulletproof OS showcasing the best of KDE that can be proudly recommended to users and OEMs with a coherent, here's how you get it story. So goals in detail: be the KDE operating system, user-friendly with a high-quality UX, doesn't break or at least it's easy to recover, keep security in mind, no packaging knowledge needed to develop for it, focus on modern technologies, attractive for hardware partners. Any addition can be used as the main system for your developer interning or for internal dog fooding processes. What is a dog fooding process purpose? Dog fooding purposes? I've never heard this term before. Allows employees to test their company's products in real-life situations. A perceived but still controversial advantage beyond marketing, which gives management sense of how the product might be used all before launch to consumers. Oh, do you eat your own dog food? I got you now. Gotcha, Pale. I see now. Let me call every real person out that actually exists that was waiting to hear news about Arch. You'll be on the phone a long time there, Pale. Let's see. Some of those goals they had. Support switching between editions and release schedules at any time. Exercise code paths for containerized apps in immutable business system to improve KDE software. Okay. Well, I might have to download that and give it a shot. Let's see. So systemd system extension allows us to overlay developer content on top of /user without impacting the base system. Everything is systemd. Hate it. Oh, this was a hilarious one. I definitely want to read this. If you guys didn't know about this, Okta had a hilarious bug in their stuff. Usernames above 52 characters caused a big issue with Okta. So a vulnerability was internally identified in generating the Ccache key for AD LDAP delegate authentication. The bcrypt algorithm was used to generate the Ccache key where we hash a combined string of the user ID, username, and password. Under a specific set of conditions listed below, this could allow attackers to authenticate by providing the username with the stored cache key of a previous successful authentication. So here we go. If the vulnerability was exploited, this could allow a user to authenticate with the stored cache key of a previous successful authentication. Exploitation of the vulnerability required all the following preconditions. Okta AD LDAP delegation authentication is used. MFA is not applied. The username is 52 characters or longer. The user previously authenticated creating a cache for the authentication. The cache was first used, which can occur if AD LDAP agent was down and cannot be reached. So, for example, due to high traffic. And the authentication occurred between July 23rd and October 30th. So weird. Such an odd bug. I'm curious how they found this, though. Like, the username has to be 52 characters or longer. What do y'all need to do? All right, let's see. Oh. CompTIA sold to a private equity. Interesting. So first, Offset gets acquired. Now, CompTIA is being acquired. So CompTIA, the non-profit trade organization for channel businesses that was founded in 1982, has sold a portion of itself to a private equity. So how does a non-profit sell part of itself to a private equity firm? What's the goal there? These guys are a non-profit. I'm so confused because if you don't know the difference, there's a difference between a non-profit and a not-for-profit. And the difference usually is what they have to do if they do turn a profit, which is the non-profit. They basically, I don't know what they have to do, but they cannot make a profit. They have to basically get rid of it. That's my understanding. If I'm wrong, feel free to light me up in the chat and tell me what a dumbass I am. But a not-for-profit is a little bit different where they say, hey, we're not trying to turn a profit, but if we happen to, cool. Yeah, they're not for profit except for the part of the company that we sold for profit. Thoma Bravo is dirty as fuck. We'll see. Let's see. So this one in CompTIA, which offers cybersecurity trust certifications to businesses based on NIST cybersecurity framework, said that HIG Capital and Thoma Bravo would acquire the CompTIA brand, certification and training businesses, and the products of CompTIA. I've never heard of Thoma Bravo before. Let's see. So following the transaction, CompTIA will operate as a for-profit company under HIG and Thoma Bravo's ownership. So the existing member-based nonprofit organization will be separated from CompTIA and continue its mission of the service IT industry. So how are they going to separate these? So CompTIA is going to operate as a for-profit company. And then what are they going to do? Just rename everybody's certifications from CompTIA to something else? So the transaction is expected to close early 2025, subject to customary regulatory approval. Let's see. Acquire Capital, Ropes and Gray LLP, and Pulcinelli LLP are serving as advisors to HIG. And Thoma Bravo, JP Morgan Securities is serving as exclusive financial advisor. I have so much to say about JP Morgan. That's fine. This is going to be a weird split. I'll be very interested to see like how this is going to go down. CompTIA, let's see. CompTIA acquired. Let's see if there's any more information on this. Private equity acquired. Let's go check this, guys. All right, cool. I was starting to see if this was the same repackage of the stuff that was on the other site. Even the basic wiki page for Thoma Bravo, and look at the consolidation pattern. Oh dear. CompTIA was originally a non-profit general computing organization before they got into the cert game. I think so. Oh, we gotta add. Hang on, we'll chill out for the ads for a second. Oh yeah. Love the orange Jocos. Not sponsored by Jocko yet. Man, we were supposed to go riding tomorrow, but there's a problem with the race trailer, so we're not gonna get to go. But I was just thinking, it's like, I wonder if I can get Jocko Go to sponsor the race team. That would be cool. While the ads are running, let's go check it on the deployment. Yeah, man, let's do that. So far, still running. Let's see. Hasn't deployed the Kali box yet, but it is deploying the ADCS server. So cool. Deployment is still running. Yeah, it's still running is good. All right, let me see what these guys say. Let's see. So to date, the association has awarded 3.5 million certifications to IT professionals, maintaining strong ties. Yeah. So after the acquisition, CompTIA's certification and training division will operate as a for-profit entity under HIG and Thoma Bravo. Oh, so the certification and training division is going to be for-profit, and that's what they're going to go with this. All right. So the non-profit arm of CompTIA, which is focused on advocacy and industry services, will remain separate and continue its mission as a 501c6 organization. Okay, that explains that. I was like, how are they going to split this? The other article didn't make it clear to me, at least. So the certifications and training are now going to become for-profit. Starts with the moneymaker? Yeah, no kidding, right? Sec Plus is usually required for DoD work, and now it's owned by those people. Okay, so let me go check these guys out. Thoma Bravo. Let's see, where's their Wikipedia page? Let's see, private equity growth capital firm based in Chicago. There's your first red flag. They call it Chicago politics for a reason. I'm just saying. Let's see, it's a successor to the firm Golder, Thoma & Co., which was established in the 1980s. Has $130 billion in assets under management. Let's see. Let's look at their software investments. Let's see. They've been working in the enterprise software sector since 2002. The acquisition of Profit 21. There's a TH in there, and I'm trying to teach my 6-year-old how to read, so it's a th. Thoma Bravo. Just like you can tell me that G-O-D-O-T is Godot. I'm still going to call it Godot. Let's see. So they have a long list of like stuff they've bought. I don't recognize any of these things that they're buying, though. I'm not saying they're bad or they're not profitable. I'm just saying I don't recognize these names. Agreed to buy Nearmap. Company bought outbid Vista Equity Partners to acquire Copa Software. Let's see. Bought ExoStar. I mean, they've got a large list of stuff. Let's look at their security investments. Maybe this will... They took Barracuda private? Interesting. I honestly wish more companies were private and not publicly traded because I think the companies would be run so much better. There's a lot of issues that happen when you try to run a company, when you've got to do quarterly reports, and if you miss, it causes all sorts of issues, and you have to deal with basically like investors and hostile takeovers potentially. There's a lot of shit that goes on with a public offering. And I just think more companies should be run privately. Have fewer publicly traded companies. Oh, they acquired Imperva. Oh, okay. They made $1 billion off that deal. They acquired it for $2.1 billion. Then when they sold it to Thales, they sold it for $1.5 billion more, so 3.6. Damn, so they've got actually a pretty good track record of turning this around. So 2018 is when they bought Barracuda. They took it private for $1.6 billion, but then 3 years later, they sold it for $4 billion. So, I mean, that's a pretty damn good return. Let's see, 1.6 through 2. I mean, they more than doubled their money. That's how Amarillo got pronounced wrong. Infrastructure is like most colleges, about half of the K-12. Five Shot, what's up, man? I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little bummed because, like I was mentioning earlier, me and my nephews and my son, we were supposed to go do some track riding, doing a little motocross tomorrow, and unfortunately, that got messed up because there's an issue with the race trailer. So I got to go figure that out now, which sucks because part of it is paperwork related. I got to go file some paperwork. I got to find time to do that during the week because those offices are only open during normal business hours, which, you know, F me, that's when I have to work. So, but I'll get it figured out. Let's see. Oh, these guys bought Proofpoint. Okay. So they're definitely swinging heavy. Let's see. They bought it in 2021. I haven't seen the issues that Proofpoint's doing poorly. I mean, let's see. What else did they acquire in here? SailPoint for... Oh, they acquired SailPoint for $6.9 billion. Let's see. Yeah, so they've got a pretty good investment portfolio. At least on the security side, they seem to be doing a pretty good job of at least extracting value from these companies so they can sell them. And look at these time frames. Bought in 2018, sold in 22. Bought 2019, sold 23. Bought 2020, still holding Sophos. Bought in 21, still holding it. Probably because Proofpoint's probably just printing them money right now. Most companies use Proofpoint right now. 2022. Let's see, have they sold that one yet? No. Let's see. Did a couple other mergers acquisitions. April 24, they agreed to acquire Darktrace. Oh, dang, they bought Darktrace? Okay. Darktrace was valued at $5.3 billion? Really? They weren't that big, were they? Damn. What do I do in the big data space? I don't. I'm actually I'm a professional hacker. And this just happens to be a Splunk shirt. So in my former life, though, I did a lot of blue teaming work, and if you don't know about that, blue teaming is really a lot of collecting logs and massaging them, and then trying to get a signal out of that data. And so Splunk helps out a ton with that. And the Splunk rep really liked me because I was a smartass, and I would ask the questions nobody else wanted to. So he gave me this shirt. This was apparently a very prized shirt. Everybody wanted it. And I don't know, he could just been lying to me, but I'm still happy I have it. Okay, enough about Homa Bravo. They seem to be doing good work, at least on the security side. I don't know if what's going on with their... Hold on. Before I say that, Let me look at something real quick. What's their... Oh, wait. Oh, let me zoom back out. Let's see. History? No, they don't really have anything in here that looks like it would be, like, sus. But, I mean, they also might have just gone through and edited their own Wikipedia. Pretty Secure Security Live has the same shirt. Oh, I'm sure he does. I was like, it's not like this was a super rare shirt, like 1 of 100. But it's still a very favored shirt. And I'm glad it has held up so well. So the guys at Splunk who are doing the merch, go back to whoever your t-shirt vendor was circa 2014. Because this shirt is 10 years old and still holds up really well. I love it. I have used Elasticsearch a little bit. I used it as part of a project I was doing for something, and I don't even remember what it was. But I have used it a little bit. One of the most fun I had, though, was I actually had gone through a real quick speed course. So when I go into a penetration test and I know the network stack ahead of time, I would go buy like a $5, $10 course on Udemy, and I would just speed through it at double speed. Not really so much about working on getting too much hands-on, just a little bit, but mostly learning the functionality and how to get basic interactivity to the system. And one of the things I did that for was Elastic. And then I did that because I had a penetration test coming up. I hop on the pen test and I found their Elastic system, and it was completely unauthenticated. So I was able to get into it and like rifle through a bunch of their logs and stuff. It was fun. That's the most fun thing I've done with Elastic. I was trying to... what was the project I was trying to do? It was one of my homebrew projects. And I have a propensity to start them and never finish them. A lot of times it's just, I wonder if I could make something happen. And then as soon as I figure out that I could make it work, I tend to lose interest in it. So I'm trying to work on staying focused on fewer projects and seeing them through to actual fruition. So not just seeing is it possible, but making it possible. It's a personal failing. I am working. Picking up new technologies quickly is one of the most important skills for hackers. Yeah, it is. So this is an issue, and I haven't talked about it in a while, but I have mentioned it before. Since we haven't done a diagram tonight, let's do one. And I call this knowledge fracture. So let's say, for example, this is your sphere of knowledge of what you know, right? And typically what happens is knowledge gets spread out like a circle, right? This is the entire universe of what you can possibly know. And a lot of times folks will focus on like one particular area. So let's say like this is the IT like knowledge universe. And so you'll have like database engineers, they'll come through and they were going to learn this slice of the pie right here. So all this is database knowledge. And then let's say you've got blue teamers, right? So blue teamers kind of know what's all involved in their slice of the pie here. And then let's say you've got, I don't know, let's say cloud. Let's say you've got cloud guys over here, and they all know their slice of the pie. And you continue this same analogy, right? It's like just different sections, and they learn this entire slice, and you see how they kind of overlap a bit with each other. So what happens to red team? What do they know? Well, red team knows approximately this. Hold on. It erased half the drawing for being stupid. Undo. Undo. There we go. That's about what red team knows. You get this like lightning pattern in the knowledge base where it's like, I know a lot of, I know a little bit about a lot. You kind of become the jack of all trades and the master because you learn just enough to accomplish your objective, and that is to probably compromise the system or gain critical information about it, and then you move on. So actually, it really looks more like this. Just a fucking spiral. That's exactly what it is. So, as much as I really like offensive security, this spiral can sometimes get very exhausting. So, I'll be looking forward to kind of see how that plays out with my next penetration test, because it's 2 weeks and then an extra week for additional testing and then 2 weeks of reporting, which blew my freaking mind knowing that I was going to have 2 weeks to do a report. I'm hoping it won't take the full 2 weeks, but just knowing that I've got it is a great comfort. Let's see. All right, so we talked about the MSSP. Tens of thousands of taxpayers' accounts hacked as CRA repeatedly paid out millions in bogus refunds. The Canadian Revenue Agency discovered that threat actors obtained confidential data used by one of the large tax preparation firms, H&R Block Canada. God, I hate taxes. The tax code, at least in the US, is like this. It's big enough to be used as a dead drop to kill small game animals, right? That should not be the case. It's too damn complicated. You're making Red Team sound attractive. It is. It's just, it has its own set of challenges, Mr. Goat Herder. And that is, if you're not used to moving and adapting and switching targets and learning new tech stacks, it's going to be a big pain. So that's one of the challenges that people don't even think about. The other big challenge I would say for doing offensive security is technical writing. A lot of people don't even think about that. They're just like, oh yeah, cool. I totally know how to pwn Linux, 72 ways from dev null. And I know how to escalate everything inside of Windows, and no AE environment is totally safe for me. And yeah, they're like, okay, cool. Well, awesome. You pwned the shit out of our network. Can you tell us how? Well, yeah, I did the thing. You have to be able to convey that to the client in a way that's understandable and build it up. So technical writing is a big thing that I encourage everyone to get used to and understanding. Because at the end of the day, we hack shit for free and we charge for the report. That's how it goes. Everyone loves to cook until they need to do the dishes. Exactly. Everyone wants to hack, but nobody wants to do the reports. I'm still that way. I still don't want to do the reports, but I embrace doing the report because, one, it's almost like a chance to brag a little bit. Like, hey, here's exactly how I did this. And sometimes writing the report is a bit like telling the client, here's your baby. It's very ugly, but you're going to be happy about. You have to tell them in a way that makes them happy to tell them that that your baby's ugly. That's the way it is. Telling them that the baby's ugly and making them happy about it. And a lot of times it's not even so much that. That was the case for a lot of the clients I worked with in the past, but they have been improving. And it's just, hey, we found your blind spots. By the way, someone cut a corner here, and we found some skeletons in the closet. Those skeletons had credentials on them. If you're not good at report writing, you better find something lucrative enough on your test that you can get paid out after you get fired. Right? Just getting started in my role as a penetration tester, and I've had to learn to write professionally. Dude, the best way to do it, spoiler, is you'll get practice, man. Just practice doing it. So, like, if you go through and you do like a hack the box, or you do something, maybe just practice doing a write-up about it. Hey, this is how this was achieved. We started at point X. We had these starting conditions. The next thing the assessor did was performed this attack using these parameters. This told us that we had this next step. Once we had the next step, we were able to then escalate, yada, yada, yada. Just do like little practice write-ups on there. And if your boss is really cool, send it to your boss, say, hey, by the way, I was practicing doing some good report writing. And so could you do me a favor, tear the shit out of this, let me know what's bad and what I can fix on it. And a lot of times, like if your boss or whoever QAs your reports is cool, they're like, hey, yeah, let me go read it up real fast. Boom, go through it. And work on taking good screenshots. Okay, God, this drives me fucking insane. Hang on, guys. Something you absolutely must also do is make good screenshots. Okay, how is a piece of paper structured? A piece of paper is structured like this. It is not structured like this. Can it be? Yeah, sure, sometimes, but it's not. It's not structured like that. This is the way we do things. This is not the way we do things. So the problem is you've got to make this thing fit onto this thing. So whenever you're taking your screenshots, think about it always in like, how is this going to fit onto a page? Do like I do here. So look at this. Whenever I pull up this terminal, hey, cool, laughing. The lab finished deploying. So if I want to get a screenshot of this, this is like the default text size right here, right? This is about the default. It's a pain in the ass to read. And if I needed to capture, like, let's say this is what I needed to capture right here. Think about the screenshot. The screenshot is going to look like this. It's going to go like this across the page. So when you shrink this down, the text is going to be even more unlegible. So instead, here's a little trick that I like to do. First thing, blow that text the fuck up. Zoom in. Bam. Zoom in, get to where you want to be. And if you're using Tmux, just split it. No, that's not the right one. Control P. That one? No, don't kill it. Shit, what is the one? I'm trying to remember what it is, the split horizontal. There we go. Ah, knock my mouse down. Come in here and split it vertical. Now look, this text, it's still ugly, but it's still readable. You can come take this and put it into a screenshot. And then once you get this shit on your page, what's it gonna do? It's gonna fit like this. It's no longer gonna be this weird stretched out thing. And you can actually blow this up a little bit. You can expand it out to the margins and make it so that it's readable for the user. The second thing is, describe what the hell's going on. Don't just say, hey, here's a screenshot and I did shit. Explain to them what's on there. And the last thing is highlight the important parts. Like, hey, look, this is the part right here where we found your password and we dumped it out. This is how we got it. So think about that whenever you're taking your screenshots for your notes and your report. You want to have those in a way where you can make them easily. Otherwise, doing your report writing and trying to massage those screenshots is going to drive you insane. Okay, rant is over, I promise. That was just something that drives me insane. I had one guy on my last team, super great tester, but he always had to do things the hard way. And trying to read his screenshots, oh my goodness. He would resize them, but he wouldn't resize them like with the same aspect ratio, right? So they wouldn't be like the same length width ratio. And so the text would be like really squished. I was like, bro, can you please come in and get better screenshots, please? Chuck Pro, what's up, man? We're doing a couple different things. One, I'm ranting about report writing. Two, we're setting up a new lab, testing out Laughlin's new ADCS role that he made. That's an offshoot of another one, but we're testing that out in Ludus. And we're reading some news tonight. We're checking on a couple of different things in here. And I don't even know what sent me down the report writing rant, but it happened. Bless your southern heart. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Let's see. Look at the two screenshots I just dropped in some... Oh, God. What did you drop in there? Hey, Ash Runner. Thanks for coming online, man. Welcome. All right, hold on. I need to go check this out real quick. Because I'm sure it's going to be in violation of everything I just told y'all about. And if it is, I'm going to flame the shit out of Laughing. Okay, those aren't so bad. And the only reason they're not Laughing is because you can take those and you can open those in a browser. But when you if you try to embed that shit into a report, game over, man. Game over. Because your screenshots in like ultra wide format, and you have to bring it down. So, sorry, I didn't mean to just clap in the microphone. I didn't want to give the microphone the clap. All right, let's see here. So, screw H&R Block. I don't want to read that article. They're over yonder. No, it's not yonder. It's yonder. There's an O in there. They're over yonder. Let's see. All right, so exploiting Fortune 500 through hidden supply chain links. Ooh, interesting. Supply chain will continue to be an issue for a good while. If you're a red teamer, then you should be adding this to your toolkit. Okay. So this article will talk about a dependency confusion vulnerability in HashiCorp's console, which affected Fortune 500 companies. Okay. Which I'm not so ashamed of, because HashiCorp has done some shitty shit lately with what they've been doing with Terraform. Let's see. So let's take a look at this. Software supply chains have become increasingly complex, with countless dependencies forming the backbone of modern applications. So despite this complexity, many attackers are targeting these dependencies, and they're surprisingly simple. So while significant time is spent ensuring the security and functionality of individual packages, the connections between them often go unnoticed. Yeah. As someone who has done a little bit of node developing, yeah, the sprawl of dependencies gets insane. So the industry's focus tends to be on the inner workings of dependencies, verifying the code is secure and up to date. However, this approach overlooks external links of these dependencies established with third-party sources, which can introduce vulnerabilities. So by neglecting these relationships, we risk exposing our system to attackers. Yep. This is where DEPI, our software supply chain security tool, steps in. So instead of concentrating only on individual components, DEPI highlights the overlooked weak points in the links between them. So it pinpoints how attackers might breach these connections, giving you a clearer view of potential threats while you're within your software supply chain. DEPI helps shift the focus from internal code security to protecting the broader network of dependencies. So while this is really cool, there's a simple way to handle this, and that is you maintain your own code repos, and then you update them whenever a new version comes out that has been vetted. And you don't just rely on the latest and greatest code. You just don't go pull down the same freaking code all the time from NPM or from PyPy or whatever else you're going to go get it from. Yonder's how you'd say it in Texas. Deep Southern would be more like yonder. You're over yonder. That's weird. No, it's yonder. There's an O in there. Where that? It's right over yonder. Yeah, it's yonder. Maybe if you're from Alabama, it's yonder. I like to pick on Alabama. Another word I'll never say. Yankees say yonder? No, they don't. Yankees say, it's over there. It's over there, don't you know? Living in the South with no accent is super weird. So, I mean, I grew up pretty much right in between Dallas and Fort Worth. I grew up in what's called the mid-cities. And yeah, I don't really have much of an accent, but it does come out in some places, and people like Oni will go point it out whenever I say something like y'all. And even then, I'm saying like, y'all, what y'all up to? I say it with what would most likely be considered like an urban slang to it, if anything. In fact, the only time my Southern accent really comes out is when I get pissed off. So if I get angry, that's when it starts coming out. I'm going to get you to say yonder and y'all, Oni, and then when you first say it, you're going to be like, oh God, I'm officially a Texan. Ah. And all the surfers going to just leave your body. You're going to break out into cold sweats, and you're going to be like, oh, my body's actively rejecting the surfer. Ugh. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. All right. So anyway, back on my soapbox of Southern accents and software dependencies. Oh, this is funny. Actually, this is pretty cool. So in today's article, we'll explore how DEPI identified a supply chain attack targeting Console, which is HashiCorp's open source tool for service discovery, and the impact had a major Fortune 500 company with a $17,000 bug bounty. Nice. Dollar bills, y'all. All right, so how it started. So during DEPI's development, it was important for us to reach out to a wide range of industry experts to shape the tool to meet the needs of companies. One of the key figures we consulted with was Caleb Sema. So Caleb's a well-known figure in the field of cybersecurity. I don't know who he is, but good for him. Which, with decades of experience in ethical hacking, application security, and security strategy. He's also co-founded and led several security-focused companies and has held executive positions in major technology firms. Cool. I mean, he sounds like he's got good chops. I've never heard of him. Let's see. He provided valuable feedback and asked us to demonstrate the tool's capabilities, effectiveness, yada yada. All right, cool. Let's see. So the vulnerable package was defined in the console package JSON. Console lock sessions star. Okay. So this package marked as a dev dependency. So is set to pull any version of, from the registry. However, in this scenario, the expected behavior is for the package managers to first check package JSON file, as this is the workspace directory, which would show it. Let's see. Talk plans, dev dependencies. Okay. So in this case, the console lock session package should be pulled from the console lock session. So some package managers, like the classic yarn or npm, correctly detect that we're in a workspace by checking the parent directories. However, this is not true for p and np. So if someone were to execute the following, git clone HashiCorp, cd to that package, and then do an install, the package manager would search the upstream registry for console lock sessions, which is the npm JS stuff. So it probably wouldn't be going to, I think, probably their internal repository. Hold on, I'm curious about this. Where's this package that they're talking about? Console lock sessions. I tell you what, while the ads are running, we're going to look this up. I'm curious what this, this is a malicious package. Hilarious. All right, I'm going to run and get some water real quick, guys. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's hit this. There we go. Sometimes my West Coast accent gets strong. Do people on the West Coast even have an accent? Unless it's like, oh my god, like OMG for real. As if. That's what I think of when I think of a West Coast accent. Oh, that's right. You are from the Valley. So what I'm thinking is probably 100% accurate. Okay, so this is saying if in this particular corner case scenario, the package manager would search the upstream registry, which is the registry on npm.js, for console lock sessions. This opens up a possible attack scenario, particularly for developers working with P and PM in a monorepo setup. So at least that's what we initially thought. Spoiler alert, things are more interesting. Oh, good. I love it when they get interesting. Speaking of a Valley girl, well, because I haven't really interacted with many Valley boys. Saying, guys were like, bruh, dude, you're harshing my way, bruh. So before jumping into exploitation, we noticed a weird thing. Several packages were defined the same way, but weren't flagged by depi. Interesting. So console ACL's lock session, end spaces, partitions, and peering. Think of Bill and Ted. Yeah. Okay, that does clear it up a lot. Gangster more like over there. Where'd you get those from? Over there. Yeah. You might hear an over there once in a while in the South, but for the most part, it's over yonder. I got it from over yonder. What's even more funny, in the South, if you say something is down the road, you could be talking 30 miles. Like, oh yeah, it's just down the road. It's fucking 30 miles away. Especially in Texas, where the state, you can drive across it for 14 hours and never leave it. Even better, think of Encino Man. I literally lived near Encino. Okay, that's a much better picture of it. The cheese is old and moldy. Right, let's see here. Hey, buddy. It's the weasel. Sure. I'll tell you what's so funny is unpopular Pauly Shore was with a lot of like older folks. My dad freaking loves Son-in-Law. He thinks that movie is absolutely hysterical. He howls anytime that movie comes on. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the reason for this is that the registry had previously published these packages, which were later unpublished. So when querying the registry's API, we received a 200 response, not the expected 404, but with no version data. So the result looks like this. Interesting. Version 3000. So this indicated that someone had previously attempted to exploit this but didn't succeed. Oh. The plot thickens. So as the package was later removed from the registry, so we discovered that in the state, the package is still claimable. So we learned that from this behavior and changed the way DEPI was detecting claimable packages on NPM. So after running a new scan, DEPI found the following exploits. Nice. So console, peering, lock sessions, end space. So every one of those was now detectable. Interesting. So exploits. So we got in touch with Caleb to set up a demo to showcase the PNPM exploit on console. So at the time, we thought that only users browsing the specific directory with PNPM were vulnerable to this attack, given the level of user interaction required. We decided to claim the package in order to build a complete end-to-end demo to present to HashiCorp. We claimed the package on the registry, setting up a pingback to our servers upon installation to demonstrate remote code execution. This was done by adding a pre-install command that exfiltrates the host name, who am I, and the path of the target. So these details allow ethical hackers to verify the connected systems, yada yada. This probe is useful in an incident response, especially when there are multiple potential failure points, such as developer machines, CI/CD pipelines, or production servers. So we showed the demo to Caleb on Friday, and he offered to connect with HashiCorp's team the following Monday. Since the exploit wasn't highly critical, at least from what we knew at the time, and couldn't be abused by bad actors, because we'd already taken over the packages, we didn't think much of waiting over the weekend. A few hours after the demo, however, we got an unexpected notification on our pingback server. So user redacted source console UI node console peering Axios. I love this host name, redacted.internal fortune 500 TLD. So my first reaction was to message my brother Holmes, excited that what we had discovered. It turned out that he had received a pingback from an internal machine coming from the hostname of a Fortune 500 company after claiming HashiCorp's package. So what made this even more intriguing was that the user agent in the pingback wasn't from PNPM as we expected, but from NPM itself. Ooh, did they find a bug in NPM as well? So this shows that our initial assumption that only PNPM was vulnerable. Other package managers like NPM were also susceptible to default dependency confusions in workspaces. See, I was wondering about this description. As they were explaining this, they're like, hey, NPM shouldn't be vulnerable to this. It should read the lock file. I was like, yeah, but what if somebody nukes the lock file? Then NPM isn't going to know to look there. It's going to go look wherever. But anyway. By the way, Valley Girls are annoying because they actually do sound like that. FYI. Good to know. I'll take a good Southern accent over a Valley Girl accent any day. There's this one lady on TikTok, and she's got like a deep Southern accent, and like goes and like catches catfish with like her arm. She puts on like this armored glove and like catches them and pulls them up. It's called noodling, and she's just got the sweetest Southern accent. So let's look at how they disclose this. So our next move was to responsibly disclose the issue to the affected company. The Fortune 500 affected by this vulnerability is running a bug bounty program. So one of the best things with their program is the transparency and support they offer, helping to enhance their findings. So this level of transparency and collaboration reflects the maturity of a well-run bug bounty program. So we were confident they would handle the dependency confusion disclosure quickly and fairly. The report was triaged in less than a day, and within 2 weeks, we received the maximum reward of $17,000. Cha-ching! So it's crucial for companies to actively engage with ethical hackers and open channels, yada yada. Let's see. What else did they talk about here? So in our case, the partnership with this company was a great example of how companies should handle ethical hackers and to ensure thorough assessments and prompt resolutions. Equally important is properly evaluating supply chain attacks. So these types of vulnerabilities can have far-reaching impacts, and it's essential to work closely with ethical hackers to fully scope and understand. Yep. Funnily enough, none of the security scanners caught our small-scale data exfiltration, but NPM still took control of the packages and banned our account. That's funny. I wonder how NPM got a hold of it. I wonder what tipped them off. What happened was that the affected company emailed NPM asking them to take down the packages we had claimed even before we sent in our report. Oh. Wait, hold on. None of the security scanners caught our small-scale data exfil, but NPM took it down because the company reported it. So how did they find out about it then? So by doing so, they missed the chance to use the pingback probe to investigate which developer, pipeline, and server was misconfigured, leaving a blind spot in the fix. So the NPM team eventually claimed the packages with this message. And so shortly after our first disclosure, Caleb connected us with the HashiCorp security team. They received a redacted version of the report and quickly moved to address the vulnerability, replacing the wildcard dependency in the local file reference of package. Here we go. So rather than doing the asterisk, they actually put a resolute file path to it. Cool. When asked why they opted for the file protocol instead of a namespace solution like @namespace, HashiCorp explained that many files contain hard-coded references. Switching to namespace packages would have required significant refactoring, making the file protocol a simpler, faster fix. Okay, cool. That's pretty awesome. So customers using pre-built console binaries aren't affected, but those building console UI from source should upgrade to a patched version. That's pretty cool. I want to go check out this DEPI program real fast. Let me see what they've got here. I'm kind of digging the retro interface here. A lot of supply chain bugs keeps us up at night too. Like if I set the mouse to auto scroll down, get a nice little animation. That's why we take an offensive security perspective. Define risk, backdoors compromising your organization. DEPI shows you exactly what is possible. Join DEPI's waitlist. I really want to. I mean, I like the idea of it. Might have been handy in the past. Not so much now. Cool idea, though. Let's see. All right, let's look at this one. Oh, yeah, this was an update from the guys over at SpectreOps. BoffHound, ADCS integration. So BoffHound, if you're not familiar with this, let's go look at it. So BoffHound is an offline Bloodhound ingester and LDAP result parser compatible with LDAP search bar. So, see, Python adaptation and brute retels in. So LDAP search BOF logs can also be parsed from Havoc logs. So by parsing log files generated from the aforementioned tools, BoffHound allows operators to utilize Bloodhound's beloved interface while maintaining full control over the LDAP queries being run. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. I haven't messed with that yet. I need to go get into that. Let's see. So my last BoffHound related post covered the support and usage strategies for beacon object files, BOFs, and these are pretty cool. So if you're not familiar with what these are, in Mythic we call them COFs, common object file formats, and they're small packets of code that can be run directly in the process of the agent or the implant. So, for example, most of the time, So most of the time, whenever you're running something, right? So you're on your victim computer here, and you've got your, let's say, Apollo running, right? Apollo.exe. And so you've got this Apollo process running. A lot of times when you go run something, what it's going to do is called a fork and run, where it spawns a new process down here to execute it, and then it just captures the return back up to Apollo. But this fork and run pattern, sometimes this might even be like through something like run DLL32 or some other DLL host, that is kind of very well patterned and it gets caught very easily. So one thing else you can also do is you can basically come into your memory space of your process, carve out a little spot, and you can run a BOF inside there. And it will run all the code, it stays inside the process, and it's much harder to detect. Then basically you've got to look for telemetry of like, what's that process doing versus, hey, we saw the process go fork something and then that thing did something and it sounded really malicious. Reminds you of the Cobalt Strike comics. Wait, there were Cobalt Strike comics? I never saw that. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so enabling the manual collection of data required for Bloodhound's Admin 2 and has sessions edges amongst others. So this brief post will cover the additional ADCS object parsing. Okay, cool. So first thing, Bloodhound is not a BOF. Surprised, confused, somewhat angry? Yeah, that's the most common misconception I hear about the tool. Bloodhound is not a BOF implementation of Sharphound, rather it is a Python script that runs completely offline from your target network. I repeat, it is neither a BOF nor a tool that actively enumerates a target Active Directory network. If this is not news to you, enlightened reader, consider skipping ahead to the good stuff. Okay. This actually is news to me. I've never used Bloodhound. I thought it was a beacon object file. Let's take a look here. So, what does Bloodhound do? Bloodhound was born from repeated red team engagements in a large AD network where the blue team would flag Sharphound and other loud methods of LDAP enumeration. So in this environment, loud meant an expensive LDAP query. So a query that returned a number of results over a threshold the client had determined to be indicative of an attacker. So the team I worked with at the time adjusted by primarily relying on the LDAP search BOF, part of TrustedSec's situational awareness collection, or LDAP reconnaissance. So this had two main benefits. It grants the operator full control over the LDAP query filter, meaning discretion can be used to avoid static query strings tied to common offensive security tools. Joke's on you, it's buffer overflow hound. Oh! Hoisted by my own petard. The operator can also specify a limit on the result count, so that the query returns no more than n entries. This is helpful when consciously avoiding expensive queries. Let's see. So here's some of the downsides of solely relying on the LDAP enumeration part. So queries only return text-based results, i.e. there's no visualization or Bloodhound, like graph that can be operated by, and identifying ACL abuses is essentially impossible with this approach alone. So trying to keep track of and organize relationships between objects like group memberships by hand in text and Excel files and documents. So funny story, I was talking to the guys that actually created Bloodhound, and this is literally how they used to do this. They just had massive Excel sheets where they would go track all this stuff. And finally one day they said, this sucks, let's make Bloodhound, essentially. Let's see, let's look at this. So the bigger the target environment, the more the problems are amplified. So this is also all sounds like problems that Bloodhound was originally created to solve. So is there a way we could maintain the granular control of LDAP search BOF versus over our enumeration and still be able to use Bloodhound? That's where Bloodhound comes in. So it aims to serve a very niche need by reading LDAP objects from your LDAP search results in C2 logs, processing them, and producing Bloodhound JSON files. Very nice. Thus the name Bloodhound, read output from LDAP search BOF in log files and make it Bloodhound usable. Loghound just didn't have the same ring to it. I like Loghound. I'm trying to think of like what's another, instead of hound, like what's another dog breed that like really likes being out like in the woods? in the logs, you know? Pointer hound. I don't know. This this allows for ACL relationships to be parsed from base64 encoded descriptors, and for your operation to continue visualizing nodes and relationships in the Bloodhound UI where they're happy. That does make me happy. So now you might be wondering, Bloodhound collects all data that we frequently care for in an AD environment, so how does this work when partial data is obtained from manual queries? That's simple. The Bloodhound UI will only show you what you have enumerated via manual queries and parsed with BoffHound. So in other words, it will be incomplete data, and if you're using this approach, you're likely fine with that. So we can target specific information we want to populate the graph with, such as objects related to our objectives, objects that have privileges we want to compromise, or objectives that make an easy target. But Bloodhound will actually show you a little bit more than only what you've queried. Object ACLs return reference SIDs to other objects in the environment that are granted some permissions over the object. So when you parse these ACLs without an object tied to the SID, they're represented in the graph by nodes with just a SID. So for names or question marks icons, or with names and question mark icons. So for example, if I query only the domain objects, run it through BoffHound and upload the results to Bloodhound, and check the inbound object controls, you see it just lists a bunch of SIDs in here. But this is actually pretty cool, because then what you could do is you could do more granular enumeration. So if you think about it, Bloodhound, if running like something like Sharphound, is sitting there and like you've got like a Gatling gun, you're just lighting up AD back and forth. It's like the guy from Predator that's just lighting up the forest. That's exactly what it is. Versus the guy sitting back there with a sniper rifle and a spotter, and he's like, hey, I see this stuff. Okay, let me go look over here. Let me go look over here. It's much more targeted, is what you're going for. I like this idea. I had to play with this. So I've only queried the domain objects, but also know now that these 6 other objects exist. So knowing the SIDs provides a means to query those objects that might be of interest. So as I query them in return, rerun BoffHound, we can slowly fill in that picture and expand it, essentially providing a way to identify objects of interest and work backwards from there. Yeah. A lot of times, you got to, especially like, depending, if you're doing a penetration test, this is a little bit different. But for the most part, whenever you're working through the offensive operations, typically you've got some starting point, right? So this could either be something like a seeded access. Hold on, let me redo this. This might be like a seeded access box, something that they have run your C2 implant on, or maybe you've just got a Kali box on the environment that you're just SSH'd into, right? So you've got a starting point over here, and then you've got some objective that you're trying to reach. And then what you have over here is you've got a whole slew of question marks, like what's in the middle. So maybe you start with, okay, I'm on seeded access. What are all the domain objects? And you query those out. And then maybe you find one has another potential link that you want to go to. So then you query that one out and you figure out what's related to it. And then this one might have something down here. And then this one might have something down here. And it finally gets you to your end objective. The other way of looking at this is backwards. This is like this is the forward method, right? You're just working down a path and you're hoping you hit the right spot. The other way is working backwards. Like, okay, what's related to this object here? And then where does that one relate? And maybe this one relates down here. And then maybe there's a broken link. There's something that Bloodhound doesn't know how to identify. So you've got to figure out, okay, I can kind of see this relationship here. How do I make this jump? And you can work through it. So you can kind of work at it from both directions. So you don't have to necessarily eat the elephant from nose to tail. Sometimes you can have your buddy help you and you can just meet in the middle. Let's see. The Fog of War. So a while back, I was talking with Jared Atkinson about BoffHound and these very misconceptions when made a very apt analogy, clearing the fog of war. So in games like Civilizations or Age of Empires, you start surrounded by the fog of war, representing the world you know exists, but otherwise know nothing about. So as you scout around, you reveal more about the map, pushing back the fog of war, and gaining more information about the game's world. Yeah, pretty much. So an unsophisticated player might just send their scouts out to chart the entire map as far as possible. This could end up being advantageous, but it could also backfire by increasing the probability of encountering the player is unprepared, i.e. you reach a hostile faction. So a sophisticated player may choose to scout areas as its advantages to them. And when they're prepared, deal with potentially hostile discoveries. Yeah. Pretty sure this was like Civilizations 5? I loved that game. It's such a fun game. I wasn't very good at it, but I did like it. So as a prospective Bofhound user, the Fog of War is for the great unknown AD environment. Objects, relationships, attack paths, etc. So immediately trying to chart the entire map is like querying every AD object at once, i.e. running Sharphound. So very beneficial data to have is successful, but you're at high risk of revealing your presence to the hostile blue team. So Bofhound is supposed to aid you in taking the careful, sophisticated player approach. So each time you manually run a batch of LDAP queries and parse and process those with Bofhound, you clear a bit more of the fog and incrementally learn more about the environment. Yeah. So you basically form this little loop: query, parse, etc. Again, this is exactly what I was talking about when I mentioned the OODA loop. So here, let's look at the example again. Let me clear this part out real quick here. So let's use this Fog of War example real fast. So let's say you've got your objective over here that you're trying to reach, right? So what happens? Remember, we've got the OODA loop that we can work with. Remember, that's observe, orient, decide, and act. So you make an observation, right? You look at a group of maybe just domain computers, something that's going to be small that you can work with. And then as you look at these, you realize each of these has some different properties coming off of it. And you can glean a lot by just looking at something like, hey, what's the information of this computer? Okay, hey, I can tell that this one is maybe a SQL server, and the thing I'm trying to reach is a backup server. So wouldn't you maybe back up your SQL servers? So you might decide, okay, this is a primary target right here. So then you begin enumerating it. You're looking at the different attributes that are available to it. And then this game just continues. Boom, 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 boom. And you just keep working your way down the list. This way, this approach right here, much stealthier because you're not doing like he said, those expensive LDAP queries. Because LDAP does make logs. And if it makes logs, the blue team can't read it. So I think it goes without saying, but this approach is quite niche if you do not care about being detected while performing LDAP reconnaissance, and not worried if an alert's going to fire running something like Sharphound or AD Explorer, then you should run them. So having a more complete data set will always allow you to spend more time efficiently. I use this methodology described with Bofhound a handful of times a year. When I care about being stealthy, you really have no need for this in your playbook otherwise. Yeah, this is kind of stuff that I'm looking forward to getting to do. They don't show up very frequently, but it's those long-term red team engagements where you really are trying to be stealthy and flyer. Let's see. So I hope this detour helped clear up some of the self-inflicted misconceptions of Bofhound's purpose, intended usage, and the name. All right, the good stuff. I'll tell you what, the ads are about to run. I need to go to the bathroom anyway, so I'm going to run a long ad break. We're going to do 3 minutes, so grab a drink, grab a stretch, get up and move, get your eyes off the screen. I always mention that staring at something at a fixed distance from you can mess up your eyesight over long terms, which is what we all do staring at our computers. So get up, move around, grab a drink, and then we don't have to deal with the ads for like an hour. So I'm going to run those real fast, and then we'll hit the rest of this article, because this is actually really cool stuff. So we'll be right back, guys. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see. There we are. Okay, pretty good. Let's hit the rest of this. The good stuff. So in addition to the ADCS support, I recently added parsing support for Havoc log files. So the rest of this blog will use the LDAP search BOF via Havoc to demo one method of ADCS enumeration. So while you're probably not rolling out Havoc on your red team assessments, I realized only supporting log parsing for commercial C2s might otherwise turn users away from testing. Let's see. Havoc ships with an outdated version of the LDAP search BOF. Needs to be updated for ADCS querying, and that can be easily remedied with the latest BOF version. So what you do is just swap it out. Let's see. So on past assessments, I've typically leveraged the various ADCS enum BOFs included with the situational awareness collection for ADCS enumeration and configure analysis. So these work great, and I've used them to identify vulnerable templates and ADCS escalation paths during real-world engagements. So why bother switching enumeration playbooks? Manually analyzing a wall of certificate config text can work, but it can also be error-prone. So especially when it comes to trying to unroll group memberships and permissions, like the enrollment rights, which is the key one if you're going to be trying to exploit an ADCS environment. Enrollment rights is the key. So while it's all too uncommon to find paths like escalation 1 with groups such as domain users or computers or authenticated users jumping out when checking enrollment rights, unrolling nested rights like the path below isn't always so straightforward when reviewing the config dumps. So what he's looking at here is... That's funny. I think he was doing this in Game of Active Directory. I think he added these to it. Because ASOS.local is one of the domains in Game of Active Directory. Yeah, if you had to unroll these by hand, it probably could be a pain in the ass. It would be. And not only that, but sometimes these nestings, like this, they can get deep. You could easily have this run 4, 5, 6 deep. And so it just takes a lot of time to go through and unravel those. All right, so the question the remainder of the blog is trying to answer is, can we piece together the same picture without burning the red team by running Sharp out? So my coworker, Jonas, released a very informative blog about ADCS attack paths in Bloodhound when they were introducing the, and his blog details the type of LDAP objects relate to the mapping of ADCS relationships. So in short, there are 6 new types of objects we care about: the enterprise CAs, the AIA CAs, root CAs, NT auth stores, certificate templates, and issuance policies. Oh, you confirmed Escalation 15 on the new rule? Nice. That's good, because I haven't had a chance to mess with Escalation 15. I'd like to go tinker with it. If we query these objects in the domain object, we can graph out the attack paths. There's no right way to do this with LDAP search, but a basic approach is a sequence of queries based on object class. So all the target objects are nested in the configuration naming context. Technically, we could query them all at once with just object class equals star and a search base of configuration domain.local. However, if you're interested in this manual approach in the first place, you may not be interested in that sort of wide-ranging query. Yeah. We want to be stealthy. So this would be querying the domain object. So object class is domain. Get the security descriptor. And then this would be querying the CAs. Okay, cool. So, I mean, it's pretty much all the same. You're giving it the same DN to look at. You're just changing what the type is that you're looking for. So you're looking for PKI enrollment service, certificate authority, PKI certificate templates, and MS PKI enterprise OID. So if you're new to LDAP search BOF, or even its recent augmented updates, here's a quick breakdown of its potential arguments. Let's see. So what do each of these mean? So the query, this is the PKI enrollment service. This means filter an object attribute to query enterprise CA objects. NT security descriptor. Actually, I want to know what this is. Return all attributes and the NT security descriptor. Oh, there's actually, I see what this was. This was a star, comma, this. So you want everything plus that additional one. results count. Return all results, non-zero values results are returned. The scope. What is the scope here, actually? So use a subtree or deep search. Lower values can be used to narrow the search scope. Oh, so the domain controller was just blank. It's like, just use whatever the default domain. I gotcha. So here's an example of one transcript query transformed with LDAP via Havoc. So I'm doing the enumeration across the domain trust in my lab. Goad. Called it. Hence the explicit definition of domain controller to query the search base, even for objects in the default naming context. Yep, that's definitely buff. Game of Active Directory, I recognize that. So after running each of the queries in the sample transcript, we can parse the minimal data set from the Havoc loot log via bofhound. So we point it to Havoc's loot log, tell it which parser to use, and then zip it up. So then I guess it's going to give us a zip file that we can throw into Bloodhound. So after the data's been parsed, we can load up Bloodhound Community Edition and upload the output to the. That's pretty cool that you can just curl out the Docker Compose file. That's pretty nice. So in the UI, we can use some of the pre-built queries to help us find common misconfigurations and escalation paths. So I'll start with the pre-built enrollment rights on escalation 1 certificate templates. This will limit the templates I view to just those that meet escalation 1 requirements. Oh, Cypher. Nobody likes you. So here's what the results look like for the object we created in the lab. So we know the SIDs ending in 519 and 512 are enterprise admins and domain admins, respectively. But we've got an unknown object with a resource ID of 1602. So right here. Yeah. So what he's saying is these ones right here, these have generic all in. Well, that's the domain admins, and then 519 is the enterprise admins. Those are just kind of well-known identities. So then we issue an LDAP query for the mysterious SID. We can determine that it's a group. Makes sense. Scroll wheel. There we go. So that returned the properties for the group granted the enrollment rights, including its distinguished name, which we can use to unroll the group members. Me, I should go to sleep. Also me. Just one more LDAP query. My wife freaking hates it when I say just one more. She loses her mind. She's like, no, it's never just one more. She knows me well. So to unroll the group members, return first and nth degree members, we can take the group's distinguished name and issue an LDAP query using the matching rule transitive eval. Yeah, this is stuff I would have to go look up hard because I don't know them. So we're looking for members of, I guess, this group here? Nested 1 ASOS security descriptor. Down a little bit. So that query returns 2 results in the lab, though only one can be seen in the screenshot. However, if you look closely at the user object return, you notice the member of attribute doesn't contain the nested 1 group pre-filter. Let's see. So now we rerun bofhound, go through this process again. And he just keeps unrolling it. So he only knew this was a question mark. We didn't know what this was. We just had a security identifier. Queried what this was. We queried what this was. And then now we're able to see nested 1 has enroll rights over to escalation 1. Oh. This reveals that the path we initially examined is showing a way to perform escalation 1 through nested enrollment rights. So should we return to Bloodhound's pathfinding tab and search for the starting paths and the ending paths, we now know the data necessary to map the attack path. Recon victory. So Bloodhound currently supports edges for escalation 1, 3, 4, and 13. So you can quickly query any escalation path abusing one. So this is actually really interesting because if you notice that, think about this: escalations 1, 3, 4, and 13. Well, the one that Laughing just modified, it does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, and 15. So there's a whole slew of ones out there. If you're relying solely on Bloodhound, you're going to be missing a lot because there's some stuff that Bloodhound doesn't know how to form an attack path with. Let's see. So is there anything missing? The managed CA and managed certificate edges from Bloodhound are not currently implemented in Bofhound, but these relationships require reading values from the registry on CAs, which require some other collector and parser, something akin to the Bofhound supports admin 2 and has edges. Conclusion. How to use Bofhound to get ADCS edges. Hooray! Actually, this was the best thing to come out of this was, one, the methodology of how to attack this, approaching that OODA loop for the stealthier queries. Because sophisticated environments are looking for those LDAP queries that are going to return chunky data. The other thing was actually the understanding of Bofhound, because I've heard of it, and I wrongfully assumed it was a beacon object file. I didn't realize this is what this was for. The name could have used some work. It's misleading, but it was cool to get that misconception cleared up. So thanks for that, Matt. Appreciate it. Let's see. I'm going to skip this one because this is about a case study from something from Pone Town, Ireland, which I am completely unequipped to add context to, because that is beyond my skill set. Let's see. Inside counteroffensive tactics, techniques, and procedures utilized to neutralize China-based threats. Topos did a little defend forward and dropped implants, not malware, on devices used by Chinese exploit developers to watch them as they develop their new exploits. All right, I gotta read that one. That sounds amazing. Let's check this one out. All right. So in this story, we disclose how attackers used a series of campaigns with novel exploits and customized malware to conduct surveillance. Hold on. Shit, I lost my place. Customized malware to conduct surveillance, sabotage, and espionage. Sophos also found overlapping tactics, tools, and procedures with well-known Chinese nation-state actor groups, including Volt, Typhoon, APT-31, and APT-40. The adversaries have targeted both small and large critical infrastructures and government facilities in Asia, including nuclear energy suppliers, national capitals, military hospitals, and state security apparatus. The Pacific Rim timeline. See how Sophos' defensive and counter-offensive operation against multiple interlinked nation-state adversaries based in China unfolded over the course of 5 years. I'm very curious about the legality of this. It's definitely a gray area. Let's look at the timeline. See what we can see. All right, so December 4th, it's a cloud snooper attack. And I know you can't read this, you can't see this, but I'm going to read that to you. So novel SSH backdoor and rootkit pivot to cloud assets, first used of the traffic signaling socket filters attack method. Let's see. The Arsenarak attack. Arsenarak used a SQL injection vulnerability to perform mass attack in devices and deploy Trojans. The Arsenarak device ID'd in Chengdu, China. Retro Hunt finds the device in Chengdu apparently used to test exploits used in Asnarak. Asnarak, that's how you say it. Bookmark attack. Attackers begin exploiting an exploit chained with local privilege escalations to deploy web shells and devices running WAN-facing web portals using anonymization networks. Implant deployed on the exploit developers' devices. So this was about a year and a half later in July. So after identifying with high confidence a device used by exploit developers, Sophos deploys implants to collect additional telemetry. Device was used to develop CVE 2020-15-066 was ID'd. Discovery of this device used to develop this exploit tied to a university in Chengdu. So Sophos assists after Chinese cyber attack on a Tibetan organization. Sophos and Velexity assist Tibetan exile organization targeted with tools found 10 days earlier on T-Stark device, another malware from multiple Chinese actors. Let's see. Cyber Roam devices targeted with a 0-day exploiting a new administration account. Pseudonymous Chinese-based researcher claims a bounty for this particular CVE. Pseudonymous security researcher reports a 0-day to Sophos through a bug bounty program claiming to be in Japan, but filing from a Chinese IP address. Exploit includes an OpenSSL command injection bug. RetroHunt reveals an attack predating bug submission against a Tibetan exile organization and government agency. Sophos reports the OpenSSL bug in April. So this is interesting because we had a guy trying to claim this in March 21, but it wasn't until April 2nd that they filed the bug bounty or the bug report, getting it assigned to the CVE 2022-1292. Or is this a different one? No, this guy was doing CVE 2022-1040. But then Sophos comes in with a different one, a different CVE. Interesting. So why was this guy claiming a bounty for this CVE, but then Sophos opens it as 1292? All right, so their implant on the malware developer's system uncovers an in-development UEFI bootkit on a device in Chengdu. An in-development UEI bootkit is discovered on a device purchased by an organization in Chengdu. Sophos creates detections for the kit, but it's never seen deployed. Interesting. Oh, here we go. First covert channel attacks. Sophos and Microsoft identified a compromised device at a financial services organization that is the first instance of the covert channels attack, which was CVE 2022-3236. Device firmware hooking attack was discovered. Sophos discovered a remote shell with a firmware hook allowing persistence on a single device, installed using a compromised admin credentials. And then finally, brings us up to November 2023. Attackers were bypassing the CVE 2022-3236 patch on an older firmware. Huh. So what kind of data did they gain from this implant? That's what I'm dying to know about. Oh, that was it? That was it? You're killing me, Smalls. They got some blog posts in here. I guess they're just related to it. I thought there'd be more to this. What is specific RIM? Get technical details. Killing me, Sophos. Way to blue ball me. Way to go. All right. Oh, this is funny. TA phone home. Another example of security vendors using their access to monitor threat actors. So if you're a red team developer and you aren't using Ludus's testing mode, you're exposing your tooling. What is testing mode? So I've seen this in Ludus, but I haven't actually read on it. So Ludus is a more than a simple infrastructure development tool. It allows users to test tools or techniques safely without allowing potentially unwanted outbound network communications. This is accomplished by enabling testing. So when a user enables the testing feature, the following actions take place. VMs without a testing key defined, which is the default, or VMs with a testing.snapshot key that is set to true are snapshotted in Proxmox. VMs without a testing key defined, or with the block internet key that is set to true are blocked from sending traffic outside the Ludus range. Okay, that's kind of interesting, but at the same time, I would also have there's a key in Ludus to set block access. So if I had a range that was dedicated for testing something and I didn't want telemetry going back out, I would just set that on the entire range. It makes your boxes not connect to the internet and snapshots so they aren't beaconing to Defender, etc. Yeah. So setting it up is easy. So Ludus testing start, and you can set the status. Allowed IPs, no IPs are allowed, no domains. So while in testing mode, the desktop wallpaper for Windows machines will change from red to green. So the green wallpaper indicates the network traffic is being blocked. This is accomplished by a PowerShell script. Oh, I've seen that PowerShell script running in the background on a bunch of these systems after we compromise them. Okay, cool. I want to see this. What does it mean TA phone? So what are they talking about for T? So this article reviews an incident where a threat actor, TA, threat actor, yeah, unsuccessfully tried bypassing Cortex XDR by digging further into the incident. The process instead provided us with an insight into the threat actor's operations. I use testing mode when I do my YT vids because the green wallpaper is Slightly less eye strain than the red one. I don't know about that. I find red very soothing. Like, usually when I'm like working on my computer at night, I've got color changing lights in my office. I change them to red because it's a little bit less harsh on the eyes. Maybe it's because it's indirect light and not like staring at it on the screen. So in a recent investigation involving an extortion attempt, we discovered a threat actor had purchased access to the client network via a Terra RMM or an initial access broker. We discovered that the threat actor used rogue systems to install the Cortex XDR agent onto a virtual system. They did this to test a new antivirus/endpoint detection response bypass tool, leveraging the bring your own vulnerable driver technique. Yep. Not surprised. So connectivity between this virtual system and the client's network inadvertently gave Unit 42 investigators a certain level of access to the rogue system. This provided visibility into various tools and files held by the threat actor. So while the threat actor intended to find a way to bypass Cortex, in actuality, this activity helped Unit 42 protect other organizations by providing unique visibility into the threat actor's tooling targeting the persona. Nice. Red background light's okay, but red text canvas is awful. Went to a restaurant one night that had red overhead lights and red text on the menu. Oh, that just sounds horrible. That's just bad planning. Somebody did not pay attention during physics class. That's what happened there. Interesting. Let's go jump to the AV bypass tool. So this particular tool is named Disabler, appears to use a publicly available source code from EDR Sandblast with a small modification and removal of CLI features. This is evidenced by similarity. So we have noted the similarities. Okay. So they're using a modified EDR Sandblaster. What else have we got here? So based on certain files and folders in one of the rogue endpoints, we searched cybercrime forms such as XSS and exploit to identify the likely seller of the bypass tool. Identifying the seller, the rogue system had a hostname of desktop, and contained several directories with interesting names under the files, like Z/freelance. So this led us to the hypothesis that these were names and monikers of various other affiliates, as shown in figure 4. Interesting. We got AA, Alex, Big Dreams, Black Edge, Vulcan, Dagon, Escrow. Got a whole bunch of names in here. So with that in mind, we searched cybercrime forums for usernames matching the directory names under the freelance folder. While some of them were either too noisy or didn't return any results at all, the rest did return some interesting hits. The matching names consistently posted either in Russian or they posted Russian-based cybercrime forum. The most common being XSS and exploit. So the username that piqued our interest the most was Martini71. This username posted on multiple places looking for tools to bypass AV and EDR. Figure 5 shows one such example. Does anyone have an out-of-the-box solution to kill antivirus software? I'm ready to purchase several solutions with regular support and subscriptions. Isn't that crazy that even malware has subscription models now? Yeah, right? Laughing is like invisible ink. I was trying to explain to my son because he was looking at something on my security camera and it was in night mode, right? So it's using infrared. So you can't see any of the color on like his t-shirt. And he didn't understand why that was. And so I had to explain to him like, hey, this is not looking at the light we normally see with our eyes, right? This is looking at light that's slightly below that. I don't know if he really got it, but I was explaining it to him. So pivoting to the link in the kernel mode's post figure 6, we found a thread that kernel mode initiated. Hold on, I've skipped a part. Okay, so the final post on this thread was from a user account named kernel mode, suggesting an AV EDR bypass tool. So pivoting to the link in kernel mode's post in figure 6, we found that the thread that kernel mode initiated to sell subscriptions to an AV EDR bypass tool in figure 7. However, the post contains nothing that would confirm the person or people behind kernel mode are developing this bypass tool. So Martini71 also posted on this thread as shown in figure 8, which seems to indicate a positive experience with the tool. Interesting. The general translation is, in general, it will go, finishing some moments, trying to speed up. Bitdefender and Centec fly off quickly. Okay. So we found files for such a tool demonstration recording on the Rogue system as well, comparing the recordings on the Rogue system with the recordings from kernel mode revealed that they were exactly the same. So because this guy had a demo video, they were able to link his posts on this underground forum to the activity he was doing in Cortex. That's funny. So overview of the tools and files. Let's just check a look at this real quick. Highlights of the captured material. Here we go. An encrypted archive containing conti-training.rar was present on the system. God, that's funny. The extracted archive contained a torrent file named conti-training.torrent and was created August 14th. The torrent file would reach out to the following servers and download the Conti playbook, which was leaked in 2021. Let's see. Got a bunch of other files here. A bunch of other folders. Multiple copies of AV and EDR bypass tools, along with video demonstrations as explained above. Various builds of the Mimikatz tool, probably for the purpose of testing it out. Various tools that were either sourced from GitHub or underground forums, and their functionalities, like an anti-cheat bypass. Lame. Ooh, what is this? A text file with escrow payment details. Very interesting. So another text file containing a long list of IP addresses along with their credentials. Interesting. So according to the post, the government procurement site from the Republic of Kazakhstan, the P1 form is used to document completed work, services rendered, invoices, and in this case, other related items. So the name of one of the companies exposed in this document reveals a piece of information that is vital when compiling threat profiles. Oh, so they found this guy's government tax form. One of the files that the Rogue system caught our attention was called P1, active completed work. So the spreadsheet contains a P1 form. Oh god, that's funny. Why would you put that on your testing box? Actually, it probably wasn't on his testing box. I bet what happened here, because you see how everything's in Z/freelance? He didn't share out an individual folder with the stuff he needed. He shared the whole damn folder. Hey, Orland, thanks for coming online. Welcome, man. Oh, what were we just saying about OPSEC failures? This is an OPSEC failure of containerization. He shared his entire freaking malicious job company folder of what he's doing to this virtual machine instead of just sharing the resources that he needed for it. Oh lord. So we previously mentioned the presence of multiple video files demonstrating that bypass tools against various endpoint products. So these files are identified as the ones provided by the user kernel mode on various cybercrime forums. So we found the video recording shown in Figure 13 and noted a few relevant details about the agent panel in the taskbar host machine. That certainly does look like Cortex to me. I think so, last time I looked at it. So our observations based on the video noted in Figure 13 include the bypass tools being tested in a virtual machine is accessible via Oracle VirtualBox. So looking at the taskbar of the host machine is shown at the bottom. Virtual machine hostname displayed is the same one that they mentioned before. The management console URL of the agent panel seems rather unconventional. So a quick search of the domain revealed a Telegram channel where a user shared a fake token to install AV and EDR agents. So base64 decoding the fake token reveals the exact URL. Interesting. So looking at the titles of open applications in the Windows taskbar of the host machine, we see a Google Chrome icon. And then going through the remaining video, identify the same application in the taskbar is used. Whatever this Andry tool is. The icon indicates this application is likely Winbox, a utility used for remote login and administration of microterminals. Again, it's always OPSEC
Cautious. A virus has been detected.
Hacks Hobgoblin virus detected in the network.
Hobgoblin, what's up, dude? Send a bunch of Cookie Monsters. Cookie Monster virus will slow you down. What's up, Goblin? How you doing, dude? Happy Saturday, man. Oh, this is funny. So also in the screenshots from his own videos, you can see OBS taskbar, the OBS studio in there. So obviously that's what he was using to record it. Was he recording it from inside the freaking virtual machine? Right. Oh, now this is actually a little bit scary. So through Cortex XDR, we got a peek into the Edge browser activity on the machine he was infesting. And we observed that the adversary's operations included visiting the following websites. Downloading tools such as Process Hacker and Double Commander. That's funny. The call's coming from inside the VM. Yeah, exactly, laughing. So as noted in the previous section, the rogue system contained the Conti training RAR, but we found no indication that the attackers downloaded material from the Conti playbook on the rogue system. But we did observe overlaps between the Conti playbook and tactics, techniques, and procedures captured during the incident chain. Like Cobalt Strike beaconing activity, PS exec, data exfil using rclone, use of a Terra agent to access the client network and maintain persistence. Finding the Cobalt Strike watermark. So we extracted configuration data from Cobalt Strike beacons used during the attack. And the watermark ID across all the extracted configuration data was this number here. ThreatFox has so far identified around 160 unique IPv4 and domain names associated with this particular Cobalt Strike watermark. Interesting. Cobalt Strike activity has frequently been noted in ransomware attacks, and a small portion of identified Cobalt Strike IPv4. So profiling. Files on the rogue system like the bypass tool demonstration videos and the P1 form constitute operational security failure by the threat actor that exposed information we believed helped us identify them. Dude, it's always OPSEC failures, man. Always. They get lazy and then they get busted. This guy had his damn tax documents on there. We identified the LinkedIn profile of the individual whose name was captured from the video. The individual is employed at a company based in Kazakhstan, listed on the P1 form. Furthermore, we found a matching profile on the Russian social media network, VKontakte. I don't know how to say that. Which reveals more details about the individual. If you speak Russian, I apologize, I don't. So we also gathered additional details about the organization employing this individual, including its website, legal address, and registration details. According to the website, the company currently has 5 employees, including the individual in question. The website also provides a personal and professional description for each of its employees, providing further insight into the individual we believe was involved in the attack. Too funny. So the kernel mode connection. I think it worked. Heck, it went off. I said, hey. Did it leave a bunch of folks behind? It said on my screen. It said you came in with a party of 4. Well, I mean, I understand if you had to raid and like go to the bathroom or something. Sometimes that's what I do. It's like I gotta go raid because stream time's up and I gotta make mad pepe. Oh, but what's up, man? What we all working on tonight? Hopefully y'all doing some fun stuff. Let's see. All right. So the kernel mode connection. Happy raid, Goblin. What's up, dude? I hope you're having a good night. All right. Working on White Rose on TryHack. God, I can't. Oh, I had a fairly busy day today. It was kind of a little bit nonstop. Just confirmed escalation 7 and 5 work as well. Nice. All right, no, Laughing, when you were testing those, did you just have that as a single standalone box in there, or did you have it as part of the domain? Oh, it's another Mr. Robot themed room. So I only think I saw like 1.5 seasons of Mr. Robot, so I'm not terribly familiar with a lot of the Mr. Robot. The main thing I remember about Mr. Robot was my mom was like really excited about she saw some hacker doing something at some show, and I had not seen Mr. Robot yet. I was like, no, a bunch of my buddies been saying you want to see like some really cool hacking stuff, go watch Mr. Robot. Apparently she took me up on that, and then she texted me a little bit later. It's like, hey, when does he do the hacking stuff? Because so far all I've seen him do is drugs. The rig I'm using to test is a DC and a CA on separate servers, just because I want to make sure you can do that. Oh, okay, cool. But if your CA is on your DC, it makes your certified commands easier. Oh, okay, gotcha. I typically like to have them separated, but when I did the deployment of the fork you made, I just had them do it on one machine. Just for ease of deployment. Let's see. So let's go finish reading through this. So we're reading through a threat profile of this guy who was trying to develop an EDR bypass against Cortex. And so he installed the Cortex agent and then obviously gave all those guys on Unit 42 access to read a shitload of telemetry from his system. So again, this is continuing a theme from tonight that a lot of these people get caught by bad OPSEC. I always separate the DC and the CA because that's what clients are supposed to do, and I want this to be as realistic as possible. That is what they're supposed to do. When I wanted to put a CA in baby bottles whenever I get back to developing on that lab, and I'm definitely going to have them separated. They're not going to be like the same system. All right, so the kernel mode connection. So this was the guy in the forums. So revisiting some of the points we covered so far, the Rogue system, this desktop name, contained multiple recordings of bypass tools being demonstrated against various EDR products. Those exact videos were also distributed by an actor that uses the moniker kernel mode. The Windows taskbar exposed the name of the host machine in those recordings. Additionally, a P1 expense form was present on the Rogue system revealing the name of the company employing the individual. So we pivoted from this information to discover what we believe to be the true identity of the individual, along with the personal and professional details. So with these points in mind, we assess with a moderate confidence that the individual in question is one of the people, if not the only person behind kernel mode. Moreover, based on the individual's background and relevant information we gathered, this individual is likely one of the developers, if not the only developer. However, we cannot ascertain if this particular individual is the owner of the Rogue virtual machine, and by extension, the person behind the whole attack. That's hilarious. This is primarily due to the following reasons. The Rogue individual is definitely one of the active users of this desktop virtual machine, but access to this virtual machine could have been shared across multiple individuals. There isn't concrete evidence to suggest otherwise. There is no indication that desktop being involved in the attack except for the purposes of AV and EDR bypassing. Yeah. So in conclusion, test your damn OPSEC. That's what it is. Oh god. And if you're gonna be running shit like AV to EDR, don't let it phone home, man. Come on. Oh lord. Some of these guys. Let's see. Let's look at the next one. When WAFs go awry, common detection and evasion techniques for web app firewalls. Introducing early cascade injection. I want to take a quick peek at this because I've been hearing a lot of buzz around early cascade injection. I want to see how technical this is before I just go blasting into it. Let's see, Windows creation process. Yeah, this gets pretty down into the weeds, which is understandable for a process injection technique. So I don't know if I want to go dig deep into this one. It's a really cool idea, but again, it's one of those things where I'm going to be, hey, somebody weaponize this for me so I can use it. Oh, this is a cool one. A quick post on using Microsoft's Software Center UI to elevate from administrator to system. Living off the land. I'm curious about this, because I actually have not messed with the Software Center very much. So I can zoom in. Let's Rid of it? There we go. So quite a few months ago, I performed a laptop build review, standard stuff to see what opportunities there are to escalate privileges and break out of what's supposed to be a secure build. After reviewing all the common techniques and vulnerabilities, one of the areas I chose to dive into was the Microsoft Software Center or self-service software installation portal. So Microsoft Software Center allows end users to install software on demand from a pre-approved catalog of software. I wrote a PowerShell script to automate some of the service UI abuse. Oh, cool, man. You're always making fun things forward. All right. Now, this post isn't about a specific vulnerability I found whilst reviewing the self-service portal. It's about a little useful binary I found during the journey, which has proved helpful on more than one occasion since. That said, I've since reviewed a few self-service portals, and each of them has had exploitable vulnerabilities. There's definitely an area worth looking to when you're performing any type of breakout scenario. Some of the issues I've run into are outdated and exploitable software installers, or MSIs, path variables, DLL sideloading, software installing and executing as an administrator, installers running from a temp folder or with replaceable binaries, interactive GUI installers running a system. Okay, so back to the service UI executable. So it's a Microsoft signed binary which gets called during installation process, and when run with the correct options, opens software installer with system privileges. So I'm sure you'd all be happy to trust and accept binary provided by me, but here's a link to the Microsoft Deployment Toolkit, which contains service UI.exe. So executing this from command.exe gives us the following options. Let's see. So we have a no wait. We can tell what session ID, what process, and what program. So as a simple test for the code execution, we can run service UI winder/notepad. So if we run that, what do we get here? So we see this executes notepad successfully as indicated below. So we have conhost service UI notepad. Yep. Now, on the basis that we've achieved local administrator privileges and we want to gain an interactive system shell, we can do this using a number of techniques, like task scheduler being used most straightforward. So create a new task and configure it to run as the system user. Cool. So he's running task scheduler using service UI. Then we modify the actions. Yep. Or hold on. Hold the phone. Look at this again. What's he doing here? So he's setting it to run his system, and then he's having service UI run. And what's it running though? Session 2 C:\\. So the program and script is the service UI binary, and then the arguments. So this needs to indicate the session that you want your binary to run in and the binary you want to execute. So it's an easy method of figuring out which session you want to run is to run query user, and you can see where you're at. I see. That's the session they're talking about. Oh, in this case, he just had it run command.exe. And looks like it's running as an NT authority system. Woot! Hey, that was a pretty short post. I like that idea, though. Very cool. So what he did was he used the service UI to be able to run task scheduler as an administrative interaction. Then once he did that, he set up a new task to run his system. Cool. All right, that was short and sweet. What? Beyond the good old launch agents, persistence through NVRAM, the Apple trusted trampoline. Okay, this can only be used with system integrity protection is disabled, and it is not at all practical, but it's a good look at what's possible with NVRAM. Interesting. Alright, interesting tools. Let's see here. Rust Merger. Command line tool built with Rust that makes merging and deduplicating text files a breeze. Cool. Looks like there was a pfSense stored cross-site scripting, which led to a remote execution. Look at the exploit code real fast. Here's those. Okay, so what's the JS file here? JS file is as ugly as that. Oh, here we go. Let's see. So it makes new form data, pins to it. Form data, pin, text command, ID, text recall buffer. So what they're doing is they're setting up a form here. So they defined a new form data variable. Let's see. So then it's going to fetch diag command with a method of post, and it's going to send the form data in the body. Oh, I see what it's doing. So basically what they're doing is just building a form response over to, what is that, endpoint? Diag command.php. So you get the cross-site scripting, and administrator gets here, it makes this request, bam. Got it. So what's the actual export code here? Let's see. Got a nice little banner going on. Gotta have the ASCII banner, otherwise your code is not lead. Let's see. Let's start at the bottom with the main function. Curious where this is going. All right, so main. So the export is going to take an ID EWJS URL. If you don't have ASCII art in your code, or your code does not work if you don't have ASCII art. Yeah, exactly. Nothing. The ASCII is required. So we're going to do an pf exploit greetings, spinner duration equals 1. So it's running this. How's it actually getting the arguments in? Maybe my my Python foo. Because he's defining this, and there should be some arguments run against main, but it doesn't really have anything defined. Oh, let me come back over here too. Let's go look at this class real quick. We're going to set this up. Let's see, our spinner, which is basically how it's going to look all nice. Add our protocol, get the JS. Use API Maki to make a callback. Cool. Let's see, delete self, get the CSRF token, get the session. Curious where this cross-site scripting actually lives in here, though. Store script. So the URL is here, self-defense URL, interfaces group edit.php. Oh, okay. So it looks like... here's the actual stored cross-site scripting attack. So from here, what they're going to do is they're going to send the CSRF token. Let's see, fake last name, pfSense test, remember, and they're going to inject the script right there. Bam. Okay. That's pretty cool. Hang on 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Just a real quick one. Man, I'm sad they took the pumpkins off. I know October's over, but I really liked the pumpkins and the flying ghosts on the attack map there. Alright, let's take a look here. OpenHash API. Designed to store and maintain hashes and plain text in a centralized database. Written in Go and designed for containerized deployment. Look at this, OpenHash. What we got here? Provides a secure method for communicating hashes over HTTPS and enables lightweight workflows for security practitioners and enthusiasts. So the API focuses on extracting value from plain text and recycles values in newly generated resources such as word lists, masks, and rules. Let's see. It's designed to target common human password patterns and access the security human-generated passwords. Very cool. I keep all my hashes in netexec. Yeah, right? No laughing. This was not APT time. This was SOC time. She needed to give me something real fast. For those of you who don't know who are new in here, SOC is my wife, the supportive and organized caregiver. APT is my youngest son, the aggressively persistent toddler. And Agent Zero is my oldest son. Zero because he's the first in the array. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me go look at this Python script that Ford sent over. Let's see. Get an NT system shell or run commands as NT system. You'll need serviceui.exe, which you can find. Yeah. It also includes here for convenience, get system.ps1. Cool. Array start at 1. Orlin? Orlin? No. That one. That. Those off by 1 errors are the ones that get you. All right, so here's the service UI path that you find. Get the process. Let's see what else we got. Those are our parameters. I see. Saltwater ray or freshwater? Like a stingray? All right, so we check for service UI if we've got it. Let's see, using session ID. Oh, so you need to pass it the session ID. Oh yeah, you got to get the session ID. Actually, it pre-populates the session ID if you tell it to. Okay, cool. Let's see. So our command is command 32. We can have our arguments. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. So yeah, we set up the new scheduled task action. Hold on, let me go back to this. So we've got our command here. We run command exe. We have our arguments. We have our task trigger. Oh, I see. That's right. Because you set the task to run as command exe or as service UI.exe. So we run it, then we unregister it. Run NT system command. Nice. Oh, so you have a couple different functions in here. So the first one is get system. Then we have our run command. Cool. This is neat, Ford. I like it. I gusta. Let me see. Let me go save this one real quick, actually. Do I have a password cracking list in here? Initial access droppers, persistence methods, red team. Let's create a new list. Let's call it password / hash crack. And for some reason, this always hangs at that interface, even though it works. It just hangs right there. Fix your stuff, GitHub. Let's see. Oh, we missed a bullet point. Or no, this was a different one. No cap cracking, improving offline hash recovery method. Let's see. SAST suite. So automatically detect potentially vulnerabilities and analyze repository metrics to prioritize open source security research targets. Curious about this. Like, is this for suggesting like, hey, this is a really popular tool, you might want to go take a look at it? So this is designed for identifying vulnerabilities in open source code bases at scale. So it gathers and filters on key repository metrics such as popularity of project size, enabling targeted vulnerability research. It automatically detects potential vulnerabilities using SemGrep and provides a streamlined HTML report, allowing researchers to quickly drill down to the affected portions of the code base. That's pretty cool. So one-liner to scrape every HackerOne open source target to run SemGrep on it. This one's kind of cool. I know some of y'all are interested in bug hunting. I'll drop this one over in the chat for you. I mean, it does sound kind of neat. Start this one. Let's see. Hacking last phishing payload now. Let's do make a new list called Vuln Research. Save this one. Click, damn it. I need to start first? Is that what I gotta do? There we go. Vuln Research. Add this to a new list. Why is it never... It always hangs on that. Oh, this is a cool one. Cable. .NET post-exploitation toolkit for Active Directory. Look at that. What functions do you have, sir? So we have the ability to request service tickets from accounts registered with a service principal name. So for curve roasting. Ability to write or remove the value of allowed to act on behalf of another for role-based constraint delegation. Ability to read and write discretionary ACLs and access control entries. Let's see, enumeration of domains, force, and trusts. General LDAP enumeration with pre-created queries. And specify custom queries. Perform password changes. Ability to set and remove the value of a service principal name. Ability to set or remove the don't require pre-auth flag on objects, making it ASREP roastable and non-ASREP roastable, respectively. Finally, some Windows stuff. Here, if you want to check this one out, laughing, I'll drop this one over in the chat too. This one's called Cable. Let's see, ability to create and delete computer objects, enumeration of user membership groups, ability to add or remove account groups. I might have to go play with this one because this combines a lot of the functionality of a bunch of different disparate tools I've had to use. Mainly this one right here, create and delete computer objects. That's really interesting. Although I thought you needed... Typically, you don't need very special permissions to join a machine or create a machine account, but you do when you're going to do something like delete the machine account out, which would be like removing it from the domain. He did mean respectively. Hey, Ken, what's up, dude? Stem grep is meh. Commercial tools like Fortify or Checkmarks are much better, but they won't license to consultants at any reasonable price. Yeah, I believe that. You know what you could do, actually, Ken, is make your own LLC and pretend like you're a big company, and then get them to do a proof of value for you, and then just get the copy of their tool, and then you roll it in together. And then that way you can see, like, hey, could I get enough bounties to make this license worth it? Laughing. Remember rule number 1, everyone in chat's a fed. Oh, let me go start this real quick. We'll put this under red team. Do I have any other ones? Yeah, I'll leave that under red. Including me, that's why I'm fed baiting. Fed. I knew you were glowy laughing. Can neither confirm or deny. Let's see. Rust CLR. Hosting common language runtime and executing .NET binaries directly within Rust. Ooh. Nice. Alright, last couple here. Let's knock these out, and then we'll go play with Laughing's new lab here. So, MicroSocks is a SOCKS 5 service that you can run on your remote boxes to tunnel connections through them. If for some reason SSH doesn't cut it for you. Let's see. Ooh, a COM persistence technique. Cool. Okay, I want to take a look at this because COM persistence is something I'm not super knowledgeable in, and I've been trying to learn, become more well versed in. So I'm a penetration tester and expert at the in the MTS Innovation Center, Cicada 18. Name is Michael Zamelo. I'm going to go with that, Zamelo. If I'm saying it wrong, I apologize. That's a cool last name. So attackers use various methods to get a persistence on a computer, auto-run folder schedule task register keys. However, these methods are well known to defenders, which makes them easy to detect. There's also more exotic methods of persistence, compromise a client, software binary, like app domain hijacking, filter handlers, application shimming, and COM hijacking. I'm actually not familiar with application shimming. Again, another topic I need to go read up. These methods can also be easily detected if the protection systems are properly configured. So I decided to look at some new ways of persistence. The object of study was COM, the Component Object Model System. So the choice was not made by chance. It's quite old, not too simple, not too complex system that not many people understand. So in this article, I'll introduce typelib libraries. See the relationship between those and COM, and achieve persistent code execution using typelib. So TLDR was, it was discovered that the load typelib function used to load the typelib libraries into a process looks through certain registry keys in an attempt to discover the path to the target library. So according to the documentation, if the function detects a moniker, string representation of a COM object, instead of a disk path, the moniker is located and executed in the process. Interesting. All right. Tell me how to exploit it. All right. Thus, if explorer.exe calls the load type lib function, and we hijack the necessary registry key for the moniker will be instantiated inside explorer.exe and its code will be executed. So I'll also introduce the typelib walker tool we created to detect type libs available for hijacking. Definitely gonna go look at that. Yeah, whatever. Let's get to the poppin' shells part. Well, he kind of did. He told me about the typelib walker. And look, he's got the ASCII art. Awesome. If you don't have ASCII art, you're not even trying. Are you even a real hacking tool developer if you don't have ASCII art? So what is typelib? It's no secret that COM functionality is present in a specific file, DLL library or exe. However, where to get the documentation on a particular COM class, this is where Microsoft came up with typelib. So typelib contains information about the COM class, which is located in a file. Inside typelib, you can find the list of classes, the interfaces, and method descriptions. Let's see. So he does this through CLSID Explorer. So, for example, in our Companisia repository, we use these interfaces to receive information about a specific CLS ID. So in the code, we defined a typelib class with only 2 methods, which were enough to extract function signatures of the COM object. You can also explore typelib using typelib info tool. Just think about all these neat little tools that somebody wrote. It's like, and then they're going to figure this stuff out. Hey, I've got a new hacking tool. This was not supposed to be a hacking tool. This was supposed to be for system administrators. All right, so what's a moniker? It's a string representation of a COM object, literally the same object, only a simple string. So to be a bit more precise, monikers are a way of identifying a COM object by a special name. The moniker functionality can also be represented inside of a DLL. There are quite a few monikers that are used by hackers to accomplish offensive tasks. For example, there's a leaked wallpaper project, which is a local privilege escalation exploit for Windows systems that abuses the session moniker. So in addition, there's also elevation monikers that allow you to bypass UAC. Cool. It's listed. Oh, they're located over in Cicada 8 stuff. Let's see, there are also the usual monikers without interesting functionality. That's class moniker. They allow you to start a COM object by CLSID and nothing more. So here's an example of a class moniker. So linking the COM and the typelib. So how's a COM class linked to typelib? Inside the COM object key, there's a key called typelib. Interesting, that's Russian. Saying. So for example, in this case, there's a COM object with this big ass CLSID, which is associated with typelib ID, this guy, big UUID. Version of typelib is defined in the version. Alright. So if the process needs a typelib associated with this COM object, the process starts looking at these registry keys to discover the path to the typelib. So after discovering the typelib is loaded on the path from key 0 architecture to default value. Alright. So the path found is passed to the load typelib function. This is where the trick lies. The function will execute the moniker if it receives a moniker as input. This way we can hijack a value in the registry and force the process to execute our code. The only difficulty is that we need to determine which typelib library the process is loading. So how do you choose the right moniker? Let's imagine that we've learned how to force a process to load the moniker we want, but which moniker do we use? I started researching. Let's see, there's no ready list of monikers available in Windows on the net. However, when has that ever been a problem for researchers? So according to the documentation, monikers are all the objects that implement the iMoniker interface. The monikers themselves are actually the same as the COM objects. And what prevents us from creating an object, then called query interface, and check if the object has an iMoniker interface? Nothing. Let's go ahead and write some code. C code goes burr. So this code takes all available CLS IDs from HKCR, then checks for the presence of the iMoniker interface on the object, and returns a whole bunch of Russian. Experimentally, it was found that creating some objects is impossible or causes the process to crash. So I encountered this behavior when developing Comthanasia project. However, I was too lazy to fix this code. I decided to find out the peculiarities that are characteristic of the detected CL sets. So tired. I think I'm just about done with this. I like this idea, though, of where he's going with this. I'm going to browse the rest of this. So along the list of these classes, we have like moniker to Windows script component was found. Try to locate an example file of the script component. So we can remove some of the details and leave only the useful JScript payload. Finding a suitable target. So all that remains is detect a process that loads the library that we can tamper with. So I opened Process Monitor, added filters, and found that Explorer.exe is constantly trying to load some typelib libraries. And let's take a look at the name not found status in the result. Okay, so it's trying to locate this particular typelib with a big long UUID here. There's no such path unless create. All right, so how does he create? All we have to do is store the path by specifying the path to our SCT file that we made that has our own little code in it that we wrote. So next time we start or close Explorer.exe process, our code will be executed. So it's a process that automatically starts at system startup, so we got another way to get persistence. Cool. He's popping calc. It's ultra elite. Bro, do you even pop calc, bro? CLSID's nuts! Damn it, laughing. You're killing me, Smalls. However, if you don't want to sit with Process Monitor, then you can try hijacking all the typelibs that you have write permissions to. The typelib walker tool allows you to automate the process of detecting potentially vulnerable registry entries that can be hijacked. That's pretty sick. This program also checks the write permissions on the path on disk. You can leave the backdoor inside a legit typelib library. Oh, that's cool. Okay, definitely going to star this one already. Typelib walker. Yes, let me go. Put this under persistence methods. Put that, yeah, we're gonna put that under persistence methods. Link, yes sir. Yeah, so I'm gonna drop the link to 69. Nice. Hey Bobby. There's the article, and it's linked to the GitHub if you want just the GitHub. There it is. Also, hey Ruben, what's up, man? That's actually pretty cool. I want to check this out. No problem, man. By the way, everybody, for any of the new folks in that have been coming in on the raids, this is a total learning stream. If you got questions, just throw them up in there. Anybody who's been watching for a while is going to tell you, yeah, his ADHD is going to kick in with your question and just go down a rabbit hole for you. Hope you're having a good evening as well. Love the content. Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, man, it's been a good night. I was a little bummed before the stream, and actually, I was debating if I was going to stream tonight or not because I was just feeling off. And then I found out that one of my favorite activities to do with Agent Zero is we go four-wheel riding. He's got a four-wheeler. I've got one. And we go do cross-country racing. And we're preparing for an event. And we were supposed to go practice tomorrow. And then found out there's a problem with the race trailer. So one of the kids had to not go. And so I said we would not go. We have 4 kids in our immediate group that travel together. And I said, you know what, just take the other boys. We'll sit this one out. So that was a bump. How do I hack the Gibson? Well, first thing you have to have, Laughing, is you got to have a elite handle. And then, because you're nothing without a handle. Hang on one sec, guys. Let me check something. Yeah. Commodore and CCNA right now, 15 minutes. Okay, man. Not a problem, dude. If you got CCNA questions too, ask that. I did that a long time ago, but I might be able. I did that back in like shit 14 years ago. Yeah, it's been a minute. Let's see. Scrape graph AI Python scraper based on AI. Gross. My CCNA's expired already. Disappeared like that long ago. So I'll tell you a funny story. I got my CCNA in, let's say, I think it was around January to February, maybe March of 2010. I graduated from university December 2014. So by the time I finished school, my CCNA had already expired. I thought that was pretty funny. But it was helpful. It was very helpful because I was doing IT work all through college. I just thought it was funny that my CCNA technically expired before I got my first out of college job. I'm curious to know too, Bobby, because I'm wondering are they still doing a lot of the CLI stuff? Because one of the first things I'd always do when I sat down into the lab was I would set up an alias on the command line. So if you didn't know that, inside of the CLI or the Cisco interface, you can set up aliases. And I always had an alias set up for no shit, because invariably I would type no shit instead of no shut when I was trying to turn an interface back on. Through the Looking Glass. So this is a small post about tunneling UDP over TCP and WireGuard site-to-site VPN. All right, I'm curious about this. Tunneling UDP over TCP. You said this was a short post. It's not short. I had to take the Sec Plus again for school, and it was very different. Yeah. I mean, it's good that they're updating those things regularly. So I had... What certifications did I had? I took this CCENT, the entry-level network technician, because it let me get a free pass on my final exam. My professor said, if you go past the CCENT, I'll give you 100 on your final exam. And so I only had to do the practical. I didn't have to do the written. And so I just took the exam. And then I think he did the same thing for me for one of the other courses, because it was split up into 4 courses. The first 2 were kind of mostly mapped to the CCENT. And then the last 2 were kind of pretty much matched to the CCNA. And so I just went and took the exam and passed it. And then I also took my CCNA security, nailed that one. And then I thought about taking the VoIP class because I had done VoIP stuff too. But then I had a nightmare where I woke up because I was given an Excel spreadsheet of 500 voicemail boxes to set up. And I woke up horrified from that dream, and I never wanted to sit for the VoIP exam because I didn't want people to know that I knew VoIP. Yeah, it was really funny, Bobby, whenever like I had a bunch of guys that it my first so I went to work at a local government directly out of university, and then I went to work at a financial institution that was a mortgage servicer. And when I worked there, the guys thought I had a lot of theoretical knowledge only because I had my CCNA and some other stuff. And then they started having some troubles with the network. And I'm like, hey, man, why don't you just go check this? Go check this on the core switch. And they're like, how do you even know that? I was like, because I don't have just theoretical knowledge, bitch. Oh, that was funny. I had a really good relationship with the network guys, especially after they realized I didn't just think I knew things, I did know things. Like there was one time that we had a massive network outage and they're trying to troubleshoot and like, hey guys, it's DNS. There's no DNS resolution. Yeah, I wouldn't admit to VoIP to anyone. That's like telling people I know how to fix printers. God, I hate printers. Printers were the bane of my IT existence. Except now, because now I just like to find them with LDAP credentials configured, and it's like, ooh, look, free entry into your Active Directory. All right, let's take a look at this. So this is a small post about tunneling UDP over TCP. So I configured a tiny private network with remote access capabilities, and I thought it would be practical to share some of the learnings. It also helps me personally to do some documentation, so I later remember what exactly I did, so then I can delete the information from my brain. So the infrastructure he's got set up. So he's got a router, he's got a LAN, he's got a pfSense firewall, and IGCL 1 and 2, whatever those are. Oh, 2 private networks. And some stuff connected to them, but they're separated from each other on the LAN. We have a kind of double NAT scenario going. This is all fine and easy to configure. Some of the rules of pfSense, they have selective access to private networks. We really want to do that. So how can we expose IGC1 using WireGuard to facilitate remote access? So the additional detail here is that we can spin up a microcloud VM that can act as a public endpoint for our WireGuard service. Let's see. So such tunnel, much stability. He gets down and kind of into the weeds here. I want to show you a solution that will you will see described online, but it's actually bad. Once configured on pfSense, WireGuard will be listening on UDP 5182. We just need to get that port of the Azure VM. And we can set up something like this with the pfSense appliance. Then we reverse tunnel, we do some SOCAT magic. We encapsulate the UDP and TCP and then unwrap it again. This sort of works fine, and we can externally connect to the WireGuard VPN and we can talk to it. This seems workable until you try to do something more complex, or, for example, load an internal web page. At that point, it becomes quite unstable. So really wasn't sure why, but reading a server fault post on something doing something similar, I saw this. About the drops, my guess would be that multiple UDP packets payloads are coalesced into a single block in the TCP stream. So when demultiplexed back, 2 payloads intend to be 2 UDP packets are in a single UDP packet, which means a drop. Be interesting. You can say that to anything, it's just DNS. In this case, it really was DNS. I mean, I know that's usually the God, my favorite... Hang on, let me see if I can apply something real quick. No. Let me see if I can find something real quick. Yep, here we go. This was my very favorite of all the CrowdStrike memes. What'd I do? Sorry, force a habit. DNS, no! Oh, too good. Some top choice memes came out of that. I still just think I know things. Actually, I usually think I don't know anything until I have to teach a class or something and I get questions like, I'm like, oh, I do know this stuff. The Cisco Unified Communications has beat me up more times than I'm willing to admit. I'll never go back. You can't make me. There was actually some really cool privilege escalation methods Bobby threw. That CUCM thief. Oh, come on. Yeah, here you go. Check this out, Bobby. If you ever want to have a fun time with Cisco Unified Communications Manager, this was part of a blog post, and actually I used this to get domain admin on a very large company. Thankfully, they hadn't decommed their CUCM yet. Let's see. No matter what the issue is, oh, send something to the network guys about a DNS problem. Yeah, right. Oh, God. I talked to the AIs. I'm hoping you're meaning out like Claude and ChatGPT. So UDP tunnels are apparently designed in a way that it will preserve packet boundaries, so it could be used as an alternative. We would need to compile it for an appliance. UDP to RAW, similar story. This actually looks more promising because the BSD release packages. You can also implement a custom data framing by rewriting parts of SOCAT. The AIs think time grows on trees, clearly. Yeah, no kidding. All right, so what about site-to-site WireGuard? So I've done this for a lot of infrastructure work professionally, but not exactly the way it's set up. So I would consider this an atypical scenario because of the double NAT behind the dynamic IP. This was supposed to be a short post. This was not. I like this idea, but at the same time, you're killing me, Smalls. I'll just say this. So personally, to access my lab, I do it over... crap, what's that? What is that called? That's not it. Ah, there it is. It is Tailscale. Duh, I was drawing a blank on it. I use Tailscale, and then I WireGuard over Tailscale into my Ludus ranges, and it works just fine. So the simpler solution here is Tailscale. All right, last ones here. Let's see. Noir, attack surface detector for identifying endpoints by static analysis. ChartDB, open source database diagram editor. Actually, I'm kind of curious about that because database design is always something I kind of suck at. And then, what's the last one? Sidekick, bare metal to production ready in minutes. Your own fly server on your VP. Let's see. Oh, cool. Kind of neat. Open source database diagram editor. No installation, no database password. Cool. This is a database diagram editor. Instantly visualize your data schema with a single smart query. Customize diagrams, export SQL scripts, and access all features. No account required. That's actually pretty sick. I like this. Because database design is something I really suck at. And I was trying to use a tool that kind of helps with it for another project. And it was actually just being a complete and total pain in the ass. So we'll just call this Great List. Developer tools. We'll save this one. Sure, it got saved. Yep. Awesome. All right, that's it for the news right now. Let's go ahead and close that up. Let's go pull up the Ludus range now. Let's go take a look, because it is done. Nice. All right, let's go see what we got. So what we have is... So we've got ADCS, and we've got ourselves a Kali box. So let's look at this real quick. Let's do a Ludus range list. Awesome. So it succeeded with no errors. That's great. All right, so our Kali box is on here. Let me check something. Do I have a wire guard set up ready? I don't. So one thing we'll need to do is, so to access the ranges inside of Ludus, they're meant to be kind of like isolated boxes. So they expose a wire guard interface. So what we need to do is go get a wire guard credential set for that interface. Sign up microservice. What's up, man? Welcome in. All right, so let's do this. Let's do, we need to do edit user. What's it? WireGuard? There we go. I changed the user here. So the user should be, I think, ADCS cap. Let's see. I guess it wasn't capitals. Right. Let's try this. ADCS. Hey, there we go. So once we have the WireGuard configuration, what I can do is just go copy this real quick. Document. Open this code. There we go. And so this, all I did was copy the other file, and then we just dropped this into our range config. I'm gonna add this tunnel. And activate it. So once I've got this activated over here in WireGuard, we're going to set up a couple of interfaces in Royal TS so we can connect over to it. But it should be good now. So let's go copy a couple of these. I think what I'll do is, I think I could just duplicate this one. So we'll call this one ADCS. There we go. And then let's go modify this. So what we need to do now, we need this IP address for our Kali box. So what we're doing, microservice, is we're hopping into a new lab. So one of our awesome dudes here, Laughing, made an update to an ADCS Ansible role that lets us spin up an ADCS server to attack. So what we've got is a very basic lab setup here inside of Ludus, where it has an ADCS server set up that's also the domain controller. And then we have a Kali attack box. So we're just going to go connect over to this attack box, and we're going to go poke at this real quick. This should have just about every escalation path available in there. So what we're going to do next is, once this is set up, let's see. Did I grab the IP address already? Grab that. And we're going to modify this. We're going to point this over to correct IP address, and then we're going to do the same thing for our remote desktop. Drop that right there. Boom. And then we need to change our Windows 11 box here. What IP address is that? Well, let's go ahead and set this up for the server so we can take a look at it. So this is 10.7.10.10. And then we're going to change this to ADCS server. There we go. Ooh. Go boost my post on X. All right, let me see. When the IT people at work take over my computer. When the IT people at work take over my computer. Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. Let me bring this over here so y'all can see. So here's the tweet. When the IT people at work take over my computer. From this guy. Or from this gal here. I love when the IT people at work take over my computer and fix it virtually. Like, yes, Taddy, take the wheel. Oh, God. Alright. By the way, I forget who it was. Somebody was asking if I had set up an account on Blue Sky. I set up a personal account. I have not set up a BlazeBits account on Blue Sky. And I have to tell you, what's so funny is a lot of people have fled off of X to Blue Sky. because they're like, oh my god, this is so amazing. But the problem is they're bringing a lot of the things they bitched about on X over to Blue Sky. I was like, you realize what's happening here is you have made a piss ocean out of X. And then you're going to go over to Blue Sky, and you're just going to piss in there, and you're going to make another piss ocean out of it. It's like, it's really not a platform issue. This is a human issue. Just the way people interact online with a complete lack of candor and respect for other people. X. Well, or you can call it Zitter, whatever that is. X Zitter, the platform formerly known as Twitter. Yes. Let's see. Okay, let me go see if we can connect over real quick. Let's see if our Kali Chasm works. It does, cool. But actually, I'm going to use our SSH session here. All right, so let's do something real quick. One thing we need to do is we need to... And then let's do an apt update. Let's install some basic packages here real quick. Because the Kali that we deploy inside this range is super trimmed. It is a very minor install. You know, the ads are about to run, but that's fine because I'm about to do a bunch of package installs, and that's boring as hell anyway. Here we go. So I'm going to do a standard default install of a bunch of tools here. We'll let these run for 1 second. Hopefully it should be pretty fast because I got it pretty fast. So if you're curious what I'm running here is if you look on the Kali repo site, there's a package, there's a page here in the documentation they got called meta packages. And so you could, if you've got this real slim install, you could go through and you could do an install of a bunch of these meta packages, and it will go through and it will just download a whole slew of like the standard packages in there. I just found out that I can change the Twitter URLs to be twitter.com instead of x.com, and because of the alias, it still works. And I'll be doing that out of pettiness from now on. Yeah, it does still work. I think it always tries to redirect you to x.com though. Like, I think it 302s you to the same address just on x.com instead of Twitter. Okay, cool. It's going to take about a few more minutes to run it here. Let's go test our connection over to the DC, though. We'll go take a look at it real fast. Yeah, it does, but that way I don't have to admit it. Nice. Maybe the background hasn't updated yet because we haven't run it. Look at the server manager. You have ADUC in here? Let's see, Active Directory users and computers. Okay, cool. It did set us up the standard ludus.domain domain in here. Cool. Awesome. I didn't realize this is really small and it's hard to read, guys. I apologize. I don't really have a good way to blow this up. Let's see. Well, it's got about 3 minutes left. Just give you 1 sec, guys. I'm still here. I'm just turning the camera up. Yeah, so I'm trying to go. There's actually, thankfully, Kuba Kuba Gretzky, the guy that wrote Evil Jinx, he put out a list of people to follow over on Blue Sky because they had equivalent accounts over on Twitter, X, whatever, and that's what he's using. What's the application using to show the VMs? Oh, I'll show you, human. Okay, turn the camera back on now. So this is a program called RoyalTS. Let's see. Here we go. So this is the program I'm using, and it is super cool. It's one of my favorite tools. It's one of the few like system administration tools I actually buy licenses for. And so like I bought a license for when I used my Mac at my last job. I bought a license for my current work computer. I bought a license for my personal computer because it has a lot of quality of life features to it. The Mac version I think actually runs a little bit better. But one of the things I can do is, let's say for example, over here on Kali, right? I've got just an embedded SSH terminal in here that I can work with. Or I can come over here, I can right click on this. There's this connect with options, and I can have it make an ad hoc SFTP connection. So then, boom, look at this. I've got access over to all the other files that are on that system right there. So, lots of fun stuff in here. So if I want to copy something over to it, it makes it really easy. Can I just use VirtualBox? I mean, you could, but this is not a VirtualBox for virtualization. This right here, this is an RDP session over into this Proxmox server. So the Proxmox server is set up to run Ludus. And so if you haven't seen Ludus, I will pimp out Ludus because it is a great tool. You go over to ludus.cloud. Yeah, thankfully I've got a pretty beefy server. I've been slowly upgrading it over time. It's a Dell Precision T7600, so it's not a new system. This box is fairly old, but it had room for 2 Xeon processors, so it came with one. I put a second one in, and I've been slowly finding like RAM that's inexpensive and just adding to it. So at this point, it's got 256 gigs of RAM. Yeah, I like it a lot. Let's see. So if I come over here to the Ludus server, summary? No, the Ludus summary. Yeah, you can see it right here. It's got 32 CPUs in it, which is 2 Xeons inside there, which CPUs is not really usually the bottleneck, except when you're deploying a range inside of Ludus. For the most part, you don't do a ton with it. The RAM tends to be the big bottleneck. And so right now I've only got 3 machines running, right? So I'm using about 16 gigs of RAM. But if I go turn on this Game of Active Directory lab here, start. We come over here and we'll watch it. We're just going to start seeing the CPU and RAM usage just go boop. Just got to download more RAM. I know, man. The words out of my mouth doesn't make sense. So if you were using VirtualBox Micro, that's a virtual hypervisor, right? It's called a Type 2 hypervisor. So the difference is a Type 1 is kind of like what Ludus is running. It's slightly different, but for the most part, it's a hypervisor, something designed to provide virtual hardware to an operating system so it runs thinking it's on hardware. And VirtualBox does that. This program right here doesn't use any virtualization. This is just a connectivity tool. So all of my virtual machines are running on a server that's sitting right down here by me. And then I've got them just set up on that server. And then I'm using Royal to connect into those machines. So Ludus is, so a type of hypervisor that I really like is called Proxmox. And it's a good alternative to something like vSphere or vCenter or ESXi. And it's cool because it's open source and it has a free license that you can use with it. And so Ludus is like an overlay on top of Proxmox. So it's super easy to install. You can go in and set up a bare bones Debian 12 install. literally all you need is SSH and curl, and you can have it go through and download the install script and run it, and then it will install Proxmox for you, configure it, get it all set up, and then you can basically do most everything you want to inside of Ludus. So when I'm connected over here, this is a Debian 12 install, but it's been really kind of taken over by Ludus. The users, like whenever I go list out the users here, if I go back over here, if I do Ludus users, I think it's list all. So all these are different users on the machine. And what I've done is every time I want to go deploy a new range, which is like an isolated group of computers managed by a user, I just go make a new user. And each of these users has their own set of login credentials to the server, and they have their own set of login credentials to Proxmox. So it really does integrate the entire machine. Ludus really kind of subsumes the rest of the functionality on the server. And I love it so much. And so, for example, we go look at the documentation for Ludus. Right here. Let's look at... Is it environment guides? Yeah. So let's look at the basic... where is it? Basic Active Directory network. So if you wanted to go set something like this network up here, where you've got a router set up on your let's say on your Proxmox, and you've got a Kali machine deployed, you got a Windows machine and a server, and you've got a basic Active Directory layout here, that's quite a bit of work. You're talking like cloning these machines out, going through, configuring them by hand. What Ludus does is you can define the entire range as a YAML config here. And then it will go through and it will provision it from a template. So you build some templates, it provisions those out, it clones them, puts them in the correct VLANs, and runs these different Ansible roles against it to configure the system. So if you're just wanting to get a system up and running to go test stuff real fast, it's great. It's not so great if you're trying to learn how to go set these kind of labs up. That could be different because one of the good things you can do with it is you can spin these up and down real fast. So, for example, one of the ones I was working on is this lab here, baby bottles. And one of the couple of items that I've been wanting to work on to it is like I need to look at how to do delegations of trust and some child domains in here. Actually, I've got those up. I need to look at how to do a squid proxy for internet access because I want to make it so that when you connect to baby bottles, you can't just go directly out to the internet. It has to go through like a corporate proxy that restricts access. So it's a lot of really cool stuff you can do. And the range config in here is basically just this. This is like 16 machines long in here. And this once this config is done, it's going to be huge. But it's going to have something like 5 domains, I think 16 machines in it. And so there's going to be different domains you've got to hop around to. To be honest, I really find naming conventions very bad for this section of software dev. Yeah, sometimes they can be a real big pain in the ass. I saw one where it was they used the term SIP for something they were doing, and I was like, wait, SIP is a session initiation protocol. That's for VoIP. That is not for your improvement proposal. Yeah, and what's cool is also the Kali image that they ship has this nice Chasm VNC already configured to it. So you can get your remote desktop access to it. I just decided to do SSH over here. There we go. Never heard of Ludus, and you explained it very clearly. Can you add your own customization on top, like if you want to add some GPOs to AD environments automatically? Oh, yeah. Anything you can package into an Ansible role, it will do. So if you go build a bunch of tasks and you want to put them into a role, yeah, you can totally do that. So the one we're testing out right now, once this finishes installing, is one that Laffin made. And here, I'll drop it back in the chat for anybody who wants to go take a look at it. But this has an Ansible role designed for configuring vulnerable ADCS environments. So you can toggle each of these individual ADCS escalation paths on and off. And then he gives an example configuration down here where it uses like Ludus escalation 6. Boom. So Although you need to fix this part there, laughing. Yeah, it's a really great thing. So one of the other things I do is over here on the Proxmox server is I've got a dev environment set up. You see, you can see it more clearly kind of over. It's powered off right now, but I've got like an ADCS server, a Kali box, a Windows 10 attack box, and another Windows domain controller in here. So I've got like a little environment where I can go do dev work, because I also like to work on doing some debugging and coding for Mythic C2, and particularly in the Apollo agent. So that's a lot of fun I like to do. So I've got my dev environment set up in Ludus in here. Also made one for doing Hack the Box. So it loads up and I've got easy access to my infrastructure. It's got OpenVPN on it. I just have to load the config on there. And then I've got a Linux and a Windows attack box set up. Theme? You mean Sim? No, sorry, I mean Sim. Sorry, I meant Soar. That's not so much naming conventions, though, Bobby. It's just unfortunate vernacular. Laughing, I wish I had remembered this part after I saw that the range was done configuring. I should have had Kali go through and install all the meta packages first. Yeah, it was funny because I was actually my son was asking me something, and I couldn't tell if he was saying win, like W-I-N, like I'm winning, or when, like when is something happening. And so I was trying to explain, trying to get him to enunciate a little more. He didn't do it. You can just clone the Escalation 15 Certified fork if you want to get rolling with new hotness. Yeah, actually, let's go take a look at that real quick. Well, this is running. Certified. Oh, damn, it's already midnight. Okay, we might not get to do this tonight. I didn't realize how late it was. Hey, Duck Duck. What server model are you using? So the one I'm using is a Dell Precision T7600. When was this thing released? Curious. Yeah, 2015, which makes sense because I think I bought this in 2017. I think that's when I bought this server. And so, yeah, and you can usually find these pretty inexpensive on like eBay. So if we go to eBay. Yeah, and so these guys are not super expensive boxes. Right, thanks for coming online, Duck Duck. Yeah, no problem, man. And the one thing I like about these servers is they're very extensible. So it has the one I've got has 4 drive bays. It had slots for 2 CPUs, so I've got 2 Xeons in it. And actually, it will hold up to 512 gigs of RAM. I've got 256 in it right now. Oh, is that the fork I'm going to need? Okay. Druid Foofus? I thought he was... Okay, I would have thought LY4K. Lyak would have done this. And Reggie, thanks for coming online. I'm assuming that's Reggie. That's why I'm gonna say it. Thanks for coming online, man. Welcome in. All right. Yeah, unfortunately, I just noticed it's freaking midnight, and so we might not get to this yet. But this will be the first thing we do tomorrow night. So for all my new folks coming in, I used to stream much more. Some unfortunate events happened in life, so now I am just streaming on Saturdays and Sundays. But come on in, have fun. I'm going to be doing weird hacker shenanigans and checking out the news. And news is usually just on Saturday night. And then coming through and just having fun, answering questions. People ask questions, I have answers. And if I can't dazzle you with my brilliance, I will just baffle you with my bullshit. Oh, LY4K hasn't merged the Escalation 15 fork yet if he's ever going to. I wonder why he didn't. Because it looks like he had... I mean, he fixed a bug in here. Oh, that was committed last year, I see. Oh, wait, this was in a particular branch, you said. This was in the Escalation 15 EK Uwu. Okay, I was in the wrong branch here. Got it. EK Uwu. Ugh, still hurts my throat when I try to do that. Hey, Sin, what's up, man? I've been looking into getting a Switch and a server, but worried about the heat and the noise. The heat can be a pain in the ass. So the way I've got my server rack set up here is like this. Let me clear this up a bit. So I've got my desk set up right about here. And then my server rack sits over here next to me, right? So the server rack is actually facing this direction, right? My monitors are over here. And I stand right here. My headphones on, looking like Princess Leia. So the way I've got the server set up here is there's a gap in the wall right here. And I actually have a fan sitting right here, pointed directly up. And the fan just blows air up and away from the server. So it's a very low-tech solution, but that's how I manage the heat. And I literally just have a fan pointing up behind the server, getting the air out of the corner. It can be pretty warm in here sometimes during the summer, but also this room is pretty open too. The whole reason actually I have the green screen, I wouldn't have the green screen if I didn't need it. But I've got it because behind me is just an open doorway to the rest of the house. So if my wife was around walking, I wanted her to have a little bit of privacy. Is that your only fan? Actually, no. I have another fan down here. So the rack fan is back over here. I have another fan over here blowing cold air on me because it gets really hot between the server rack, the monitors, the lights, and the green screen. It just makes a little heat pocket right here. My room's probably the size of your apartment since you're in New York City. I was teasing a coworker of mine because she lived in Seattle, which is where our home office is, and she moved from Seattle all the way to New York. And I was like, really? You're leaving Seattle and New York's where you choose to go. Do you just hate money? Basically. And I can also say that from minor personal experience because my niece lives in New York. Could have been worse, San Fran exists. Yeah, but that's like saying, oh, it's not so bad standing in this, bonfire getting cooked to death. Because that could be in a volcano. You're still getting cooked. You're still being cooked, bro. Seattle is such a beautiful place that it has such unfortunate features to it. So my first trip to Seattle, it took a grand total of 35 minutes from the time I got off the plane to when I saw the first homeless person muttering at themselves and like arguing with themselves, their own reflection in the glass of the train. And I was like, this is a great introduction to Seattle. And it has a beautiful landscape, though. Actually, the landscape there with the beautiful tree canopy that it's got, it reminds me a lot of Dallas, where I live. Because Dallas has a lot of those large, old-growth trees that are very tall. And so it makes a beautiful tree canopy over the less urban areas, the more suburb areas. And that's a lot of how that reminded me. And I haven't done very many touristy things when I was in Seattle. The only thing I went to go see was the gum wall, which was icky. It's basically dozens of people in my neighborhood, but I still like it here. All right, guys, unfortunately it is late. I think I'm gonna have to call it there. I thought this install would run a lot faster, but at least we got to answer some good questions from everybody. Eventually I will figure out how to set up like a queue, so like if you want questions answered, you can just queue them up, and that'll be pretty easy. But let's go check and see. I'm pretty sure nobody is over on InfoSec streams, but let's go double check it real quick. Yep, sure enough, we're the last stream standing on InfoSec. So, let's go check and see who we might be able to raid out to tonight. Matsy Tech's over here building a machine learning software as a service. Let's see what he's doing. Keep it in the background. I think that might be actually a good stream. Oh, dang it. I lost my interface. Let's see here. Time to raid a DJ. We might just go raid a DJ. If anybody's got a suggestion, especially like this late at night, if you're still up, you're probably working. Let's see. Mastering the art of invisible mayhem in Unreal Engine. Let's see. Let's see. Anybody that I'm following that's on right now? Oh yeah, Massey Tech's on. Let's see. No, that's about it. That's it. We'll go ahead and go raid Madison. The other one I know that's friendly for sure is TayXO. Actually, yeah, let's go look for Tay. Go take a look at him first. Before I just
Baby.
Double baby,
okay.
baby. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, why not? Let's go get Tay a raid. Let's see. Start raid. There we go. Awesome. We'll get that set up. Everyone, guys, I appreciate y'all being here. Y'all are wonderful. I hope you enjoyed reading the news with me. It actually does give me a good perspective, and I make sure I don't skip that personally. So if you've got other cool news stories, feel free to throw them out when we're doing the news. We'll go hit them up. And yes, when you get in there, if you got the Cookie Monster, drop those in there. I freaking love the Cookie Monster. So you guys are great. Have a great rest of your night. I appreciate y'all being here. Like I said, I was feeling a bit off today. I wasn't sure if I was going to stream because of some stuff that happened, but I'm glad I did because it was fun to get to talk to everybody again. That's the favorite part. And also reading the usernames, because God, y'all come up with some funny usernames. I love them. So I want y'all to remember one thing. I love you. Peace. And yes, Vault, I will be streaming tomorrow. So we'll be starting at 8 o'clock Central Time. Yeah, all right, let's kick the raid off. Everyone take care. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
I love this song. Oh, please, bitch, let's fucking go. Please, what are you doing? Welcome in. Oh, please, it's great to see you. We're gonna have a party. Please, bitch, thank you so much for the rainy raid. Let's absolutely get it. Hi, hello, Mac. Hello, laughing? Question mark. Seriously, let's fucking go. Okay, chatters, you know